Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Hey, Lormel Skin Food. Good morning, Tasha. Good morning, Kirk. Who else we got? Mad Libran. Good morning. Good morning, Angel. Good morning to everyone on the outside of the club, looking on the inside. Happy Wednesday. Kirk, hold on, Kirk. Hold on. I got to do the show intro. I almost forgot to do the intro for the show. All right, it is Wednesday, June 4, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Coffee in Tow starts streaming live on TikTok at 9:15 a.m. and the handle is Coffee in Tow. Also, we go live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, Coffee in Tow, and I invite you to subscribe to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout. And remember, shop coffee products at grantcoffeehouse.com. All right. And that is it. Got the business out the way. Kirk. Wait, hold on. Let me just say Kirk. Why Kirk disappeared too? I just saw Kirk. Okay. Kirk abandoned ship. He was probably listening to some soca and following instructions. Oh, see me. Let me behave myself. Kirk, what's up, Kirk? Good morning, Kirk. Yeah, up in the place, Kirk. Up in area, Kirk. Place, Kirk. Up in area, Kirk.
You know. Top of the morning. Welcome to Coffee in Tow, the one only radio station on the air. Anywhere you are, big up yourself, take care of yourself. You know, I always say, always stay safe on the road. So it is a Wednesday. It is nice outside. It is sunny. Yeah, it's a nice time to be outside, you know, grilling, enjoying yourself, take a walk. Big up to all the people and watch I lose some weight like myself. A lot of mercy. Yeah? You know, where's my coffee? Cheers. Yes, my dear. Cheers. You know, we're there. Everybody, what is going on? What is going on today? What is going on?
The house is empty.
The house
empty. People so strolling.
That is it.
All
right, Mello.
Thank you, God. Thank you. Yes, yeah. I didn't get to go out and exercise this morning. I didn't get to go for a walk this morning because the weather here in South Florida is 79 degrees, but it is overcast. We've been having some rain. There was some showers this morning, so I was not able to go this morning. And I said, you know what? Let me just rest my body today, and then this evening I will do so. If it's still raining, if it's going to be raining this evening, I will just do some weights, stay inside and do some weights. But Tasha, I must let you know, someone, the video I put up yesterday, someone put a comment that the skin is glowing. So I said, thanks to lormelskinfood.com. Mega tell you the truth. That them products that them really work. Me not tell no lie. Them work. So the glow you see on my skin, it's lormelskinfood.com. Thank you, Tasha. Appreciate you. All right. So coming up, we have stories out of the Caribbean corner. Caribbean Airlines adds special direct flights from Toronto to Antigua. As a matter of fact, I need to be doing this, you know. Hold on 1 second. Hold on there 1 second. Coming up out of the Caribbean corner, Caribbean Airlines adds a special direct flight from Toronto to Antigua and Barbuda for Carnival and CPL cricket. Barbados and United Kingdom share strong bond. Motley urges United Caribbean Front for fairer development financing. Belize issues health warning on sexual enhancement product Royal Honey. Police seize 4,000 bullets and 19 exotic animals in Westmoreland. Police warn kidnappers posing as taxi drivers. Ladies, be careful. Beckles calls for consultation on proposed Stand Your Ground laws. Vibes Cartel to be crowned King of the Dance Hall at Reggae Sumfest 2025. Somebody check on Beanie Man for me, please. Please, please and thank. I need a full report. I need to know that Beanie is okay. Somebody please check on Beanie Man for me. Vibes Cartel is to be crowned King of the Dance Hall. Stop it, man. Stop it. But seriously, somebody check and let me know how he's doing, right? Check his pulse, check his heart rate, check his blood pressure. Just check. Island e-tickets confirm that full refunds to be paid to one Caribbean Music Festival patrons. Las Noticias, Dominican government to pay $500 monthly to families of nightclub collapse victims. Aiming a blow at narcos, Colombia pays farmers to uproot coca. And Brazil's Lula signs law to expand affirmative action, boosting quotas for blacks in government jobs. We have stories on the international scene, news out of North America, as always. Three missing sisters were found dead, father wanted for murders. Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, well, he expects changes to Trump's spending bill. And it's just laughable at this point, as far as Republicans are concerned. I don't know what the heck is going on with the Republicans, but they either cannot read or don't care to read. Because now we have Marjorie Green Taylor coming forth, you know, bleach blonde, whatever. Yeah, her coming forward and saying that if she knew something was in the bill, she would not have signed off. So she is the second or third one that is saying that they didn't read the bill. Y'all look. I'm trying to be nice. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not nice, I said don't say nothing at all. Not me. Not me. Sometimes you just have to spit it out. Anyway, let's keep it moving. The White House restores the legal status of child with life-threatening illness. Thank God for that. In the Health and Sounds News, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food for natural, beautiful you. Your coffee habit could be linked to healthier aging. Look at that. That's according to a study. All right, we're going to have the details of those stories, plus so much more. Oh, there's this one that we're going to be talking about later on. It's so boring. Gen Z parents don't like reading to their children, and educators are worried. Come on, parents. Come on. Put the phones down, put the tablets down, put the devices down, and interact with your children. Please read to your children. Oh my gosh. Or is it that y'all can't read either? I don't know. Does anybody read anymore? Anybody? No? Okay. So very soon we might as well just lock schools down because we won't need schools because no one is interested in learning anything. No one wants to read. No one cares to read. I was going to say something, but then I just remember, bridle my tongue. Kiba your mouth. What Angel said, I'm reading while listening. Thank you, Angel. Thank you. Um, we have to do better, parents. We have to do better. What is the issue we have with reading? Let us be honest with ourselves. What is it about reading? Is it that we're picking up the wrong things to read? Just read something. A magazine, a comic book. Read something, please. Crying out loud. All right. So let's go ahead and get the show on the road, starting off in the Caribbean corner, as always. First up, Caribbean Airlines adds special direct flights from Toronto to Antigua and Barbuda for Carnival and a CPL cricket. Cricket, lovely cricket. Growing up in the Caribbean, who remembers hearing that saying, cricket, lovely cricket? I don't remember the song, okay, but I remember hearing that. Um, oh, by the way, you know that um he doesn't want to be called that because he said anybody who calls him TACO, he's going after them. He's in his feelings. But Uncle T, Uncle D, Uncle DJ, or DTJ. I don't even know what his initials are. Who cares? Yeah, he's furious right now. I sincerely hope that a prenup was signed between him and Leona. Y'all know who Leona is. Um, yeah, because Leona is, twittering, not happy, not caring for the budget. And the reason I'm talking about that is because I open up now to get to the story, and you know, this pops up. Excuse me, this pops up. But anyway, stay focused moments. Right now, the circus is in session. Did it ever close? I don't think so. So, according to loopnews.com, in response to strong demand last summer and a surge of interest in this year's Antigua Carnival and Caribbean Premier League CPL T20 cricket matches, the Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority has announced the addition of two special non-stop flights with Caribbean Airlines between Toronto and Antigua and Barbuda this summer. More Canadians than ever are choosing Antigua and Barbuda as their go to summer destination. And this expanded service by Caribbean Airlines directly reflects that momentum. That's according to Tamika Wharton, not to be associated with the Wharton School of Business. Tamika Wharton is the Director of Tourism for Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. Given the strong interest we've seen from the Canadian market, these flights offer more convenient access for travelers looking to experience the key summer events in Antigua and Barbuda. So the flights will operate on the following dates. There will be departure from Toronto, July 31, with a return flight on August 6, and departing again from Toronto August 16, returning August 23. All right. Um, the US, Guan act up. Guan act a damn fool, US, because everybody else is going to benefit. Right now, there are conversations swirling and ideas circulating about the possible revocation of the World Cup. I say yank it. Thank you, sweet Novi Abby. I say yank it out of the US. The US is not ready to host the World Cup. Not at all. Hey, Ozzy. Good morning. I say yank it. Pull it right out. The US is not deserving of hosting that event. My personal opinion. Who don't like it? Oh, well. Are people going to lose money? Yes. But the echoes have been rude from JD Vance, making a statement, oh, you can come, but when it's over, make sure you leave, and the threats. And then, people just, there are people who have to have connecting flights, right? So they come in from Canada, catch a flight here to go elsewhere. They're not staying in this country and they're being harassed at airports. Who wants to come here? The airports are, well, down here in South Florida, They're not as busy as they used to be. Not at all. You can see it. We're losing money. They don't care that we're losing money. So Antigua and Barbuda, turn up your thing. All Caribbean islands, turn up your thing. Everybody in Central America, turn up your thing. South America, turn it up, right up. Any other country, and I'm talking about those of us in the Western Hemisphere right now. Take advantage of America's stupidity at this point in time. Don't drop the ball. You know, one day we'll wake up. Uh, One day, 3 more years of slumber, and we'll wake up. All right, next up, Barbados and United Kingdom share a strong bond. Let me read this one. According to BarbadosToday.bb, Barbados and the United Kingdom share a strong and enduring bond, and both countries have expressed a desire to further strengthen those ties. That sentiment was echoed during an event to mark the 76th official birthday of Britain's King Charles III. I thought he was older than that. I honestly thought he was older than that. His health issues may have aged him a little more, quite possibly. Anyway, the sentiment was echoed during an event to mark the 76th official birthday of Britain's King Charles III, which was held last Friday at Benmar, the official residence of the British High Commissioner to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. Specially invited guests included the King's sister, Her Royal Highness Anne, the Princess Royal, and the President of Barbados, Dame Sandra Mason. Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Sandra Husbands, noted that the celebration reflected the deep rooted history between the two nations, characterized by a friendship that spans a wide range of sectors. Barbados proudly transitioned to a parliamentary republic in 2021, and yet the bonds between our countries remain strong, characterized by common interests, inherited institutions, and long standing cooperation. Sports remain a powerful thread in the fabric of our relationship. Today, our collaboration is underpinned by diverse trade linkages governed by the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership and by a dynamic tourism sector that brings our people closer together. We look forward to expanding the opportunities for investment that would contribute to the economic growth and prosperity for our people and businesses. I'm struggling with this one, and I'm sure you all can see it on my face. I'm really struggling with this article that Barbados and the United Kingdom share a strong bond. Um, Hold it, girl, hold it. So the history, we forgot the history, deep rooted history between the two nations. Sandra, darling, come to the front and answer the question. Do you know what the deep rooted history between the two nations is? And I'm not saying that you can't be amicable, right? You bury the hatchet and you move forward. But this just seems like a little bit of brown nosing to me. You moved away from the monarchy, didn't you not? Bond chains, colonialism, slavery. That's what I'm thinking too, Ozzy. That is what I'm thinking too. I don't know what's up. And uh, okay, I'm not saying that you can't bury the hatchet and move forward. I'm not saying that at all. But she's making it seem as though the deep rooted history between the two nations is something to be celebrated. The deep rooted history has been dark, really dark, you know. But anyway, do nothing Barbados. Also, out of Barbados, Motley urges United Caribbean Front for fairer development financing. According to BarbadosToday.bb, Caribbean nations must unite to demand fairer, longer term, and more affordable financing to build the societies their citizens deserve. That is according to Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley when speaking to supporters at the Dominica Labour Party's 70th anniversary rally at the weekend. Motley made an impassioned call for Caribbean countries to stand together and push for better financing options to support development for their people. She warned that existing debt structures for small island developing states are unsustainable for building the societies citizens deserve. She told the party rally that the region must come together to tackle global challenges and secure better terms to fund infrastructure such as schools, hospitals, clinics, and water systems. We cannot build schools and hospitals and clinics and water reservoirs with 10-year money and 15-year money. It is too short. When you go to borrow for a house, you look to borrow for 20 and 25 years because you need that time stretched out to pay back for the house. And the government is no different. What it means is that there are some things that we must do together. The CARICOM chair highlighted the Bridgetown initiative, which calls for changes to the way climate funding is handled globally. I agree with her that because we talk about one Caribbean here, it's something I definitely believe in that we can move forward as a unit, right? Without a doubt. Um, the coming together of Caribbean leaders, meeting of the minds, advocating together for each other, right? When you come together as one force, you present a unified front, and then you're able to take on the first world countries, the first world nations who want to control you individually. But if you come together, as I say, as a unit, one voice, I think it's going to be a little harder for them, and it will be easier for them to hear us than hearing so many different voices from the individual CARICOM nations, if I'm making sense. So continue to push for that. Prime Minister Mia Motley, you have my support where that is concerned. Leadership and collective responsibility must go hand in hand. I totally agree wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. All right, next up, let's hop on over to Belize. Belize issues warning on sexual enhancement product called Royal Honey. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Anybody heard of that one? I haven't. Okay. The Ministry of Health and Wellness in Belize is urging the public to avoid purchasing or consuming a product labeled Royal Honey, warning that it is falsely marketed as a natural sexual enhancement supplement and contains undeclared pharmaceutical ingredients. In an official statement, the ministry said the warning follows alerts from both the United States Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and Costa Rica's Ministry of Health, which confirmed through lab tests that royal honey includes hidden substances that could pose health risks. Officials are now advising Belizeans to purchase health products only from licensed pharmacies and authorized distributors. The sale of medications and supplements through social media, street vendors, or other informal sources is strongly discouraged, as these products may be unregulated and unsafe. Every day you hear something new. Honey packs. Okay. So, FDA lab analysis confirmed that Royal Honey VIP contains tadalafil, the active ingredient in Cialis. Hold on a second. What's Cialis? I really don't know. Hold on a second. Don't knock me. Hold on. Where's my Google? Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Okay, it's for ED. Stallion treatment, Kirk said. All right. Okay. Mm, got it. All right. Be careful, folks. Let me try. Let me try to finish this paragraph. So, FDA lab analysis confirmed that Royal Honey VIP contains tadalafil, the active ingredient in Cialis, which is an FDA approved prescription drug for erectile dysfunction. This undeclared ingredient may interact with nitrates found in some prescription drugs, such as nitroglycerin, and may lower blood pressure to dangerous levels. Men with diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or heart disease often take nitrates. So, any man over 40, me I beg you no do. Me I beg you no do. Don't make nobody have to call 911 because you know I use the what name? Royal Honey VIP. And the reason I'm saying 40 because per statistics, per research, once you hit that number that they referred to as over the hill, 40, your body start to change. You know, you're not processing things the way you used to. You're not as active as you used to be. So you're starting to slow down. Your metabolism slows down. You are more at risk. We talk about diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, you know, all of that. And you may want to indulge in these performance enhancing um packets that are sold. Yes, everywhere, even the gas stations. Ozzy. Be careful. Please consult with your healthcare provider. And not every little thing on the ear about on the run go take up and want to use. All right? It may cost you your life. The 40 and up crew using something different. What they're using as they tell me, tell me, have to teach me. What are they using? I'd love to hear that one. But be careful, guys. Be careful, fellas. Be careful. That's all I can tell you. All right. Okay. Next up, Jamaica, come to the front. Hold on a second. You see, when me I laugh too much, I've said too much already. No, but we need to know so that we know how to, support our men, advise our men, look out for our men, make sure that they're not harming themselves. As I said, I've said too much already. Come on, Azzy, don't be like that. We look out for each other. No, Saigo. I thought we did. As I said, no. All right. And also, where's the article with regard to? Oh, here it is. I got it. So the police in Jamaica have seized 4,000 bullets and 19 exotic animals in Westmoreland. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. The police seized about 4,000 rounds of ammunition during an operation on the shores of White House in Westmoreland on Monday. The operation was led by members of the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, CTOC, along an area taking in the Camp Hope and Sansan beaches. The police say they also seized 19 exotic animals and a quantity of uncustomed cigarettes during the operation, which began at about 5 a.m. So hold on, is this one different from the other issue with regard to the was it the cat or a baby lamb? Well, I don't remember what it was. Is this a different situation? I don't know. I think the other issue was in St. Elizabeth, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong. I stand corrected. So, anyway, reports are that when the CTOC team arrived at the location, two men were observed removing items, okay, Ozzy, from the shoreline to take further inland. They reportedly saw the police and fled, leaving behind two knitted bags containing more than 3,900 rounds of ammunition, two makeshift cages containing 10 live and 9 dead exotic parrots, along with two squirrels. Several other items were seized, including tools and more than 20 packs of uncustomed cigarettes. The two men involved in the operation are being sought by the police. The National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, was contacted and their officers took the animals into their care. Superintendent of Police Victor Barrett lauded the efforts of the police, noting that the illegal importation of exotic animals can pose a significant risk to the environment. Meanwhile, anyone with information that can assist in this investigation is urged to contact CTOC at 876-967-1389 or the National Intelligence Bureau at 811, Crime Stop at 311, or go to the nearest police station. All right. Also, out of Jamaica, police warn kidnappers are posing as taxi drivers. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. And we have a sound bite for this one. There's been a rising trend of kidnappings by criminals posing as taxi operators. That's according to station manager at the Jamaica Constabulary Forces, JCF, National Strategic Anti-Gang Division, Detective Inspector Paulette Winter Crossfield. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what she has to say.
The trend that we are seeing now is where there are taxis or persons, motorists operating motor vehicles pretending to be taxis, and then persons who are so unsuspected, not knowing that it's not a taxi, enter the vehicle and then they are held at gunpoint in the vehicle and taken to ATM, forced to give their banking information for the criminals to withdraw monies. That are the most common trend we are seeing now. I wouldn't say it's prevalent now, but it is on the rise. A few years ago, we had it where we'd consider it as prevalent, but we realize it's coming back now.
Detective Inspector Winter Crossfield was speaking on the JCF's Force for Good podcast on Sunday. She noted that the division has also witnessed several instances of fake kidnappings. Winter Crossfield says in these incidents, teenagers leave their home to stay with a love interest for several days without informing their family.
We have fake kidnapping. If we speak about fake kidnapping, most of those kidnappings are done by teenagers, reported.
Fake
Yes,
kidnapping.
fake kidnapping, right? So you have teenagers who go out with their male friend for whatever reason, spend days, and then when they want to return home, they make contact, either them or they ask someone to make contact with family members to say that they are kidnapped and demanding money for release. So that is what we have.
Detective Inspector Paulette Winter Crossfield, station manager at the JCF's National Strategic Anti-Gang Division. All right, so I could break down this article a little bit now. Ladies, before I even say that, let me say this. Do they still teach, or is anyone still teaching, what you call it, self-defense classes across the island? Anybody doing that down there? Anybody? Women, we have to learn how to defend ourselves. We need to learn tactics so that we can fight off these criminals who are posing as taxi drivers. No, I don't know if these so-called taxi drivers are using vehicles with a PP plate, public passenger plate, the red plate, or if it's what I'm called robot taxis. Ladies, you have to protect yourselves. Stay away from the robot taxis, please. If a vehicle does not have the PP license plate, do not enter it. And I'm not saying that them can't use them then. I'm not saying that. But this is a measure that you could put in place. Try to avoid going into a taxi by yourself as much as you can. As much as you can. I know, for example, in the corporate area, folks will call a taxi company if send a taxi come pick them up. rely on those companies, because those companies, I think, are better able to track the taxi and the taxi driver. Right? Hey, Shelley, morning, morning, morning.
Hello, my dear. How are you guys doing?
We are doing well, thank you. And yourself?
I'm here trying to eat healthy, trying to have a healthy breakfast, you know.
What's for breakfast? Talk to me. Tell me what's on the menu.
Oat shake, girl. Your oats and banana and your oat milk.
Okay,
And that's it.
sounding
That's
good.
mhm.
Sounding real good. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right.
All right.
So back to the article. Ladies, we have to protect ourselves. So the other day I was watching Roby and Williams, her live on TikTok. She does nationwide news at 5 o'clock Jamaica time, which is 6 o'clock our time. And there was a conversation, I think it's 6:30 or 7 o'clock, Voice of the People or something like that. I can't remember the segment. But they were talking about legalizing women being able to carry pepper spray. No, me never know say pepper spray is illegal for people to carry at Jamaica. Me never know that. But I'm for it. I am for it. It's not gonna take your life. Pepper spray now go unalive you. Um, but we have to protect ourselves, because the Lord knows the men are not protecting the women. It's a shame for me to have to say this, but the women are not being protected the way they should be. They're not at all. So they have to protect themselves. I remember in my young days in Kingston, yeah, me used to walk with one pepper spray. Mm, yeah, wasn't leaving it. Wasn't leaving it. We have to protect ourselves. If you have to walk with a rock stone, walk with a rock stone. You have to protect yourselves. I'm not promoting certain things, but we have to do what we have to do. If nobody protecting us, no one if you do just left yourself careless. So for the people them do as them like with we. Hey, Miss Donna, 81 tax prep. Hey, me if you just left myself careless, make you do as you want with me. No, not at all. Mm-mm, not at all. And men, I saw uno decrepit looking. Decrepit looking. Go ahead, y'all, Kirk. Oh, I thought Kirk came off mic. I want to
Yeah.
go ahead, y'all,
My
Kirk.
apologies.
I
My
want to
apologies.
go ahead, y'all, Kirk.
I believe in defending yourself. Defense is a must, especially in this time of age that we're living in, especially for the women. So for me, every woman that comes around me, I always encourage them to, hey, what do you have to defend yourself if something happens? And I always tell them that your first weapons, not promoting anything, is your left and right, your right and left, and your teeth. So that is your two hands, your 2 feet. You can use those to defend yourself and to basically make a quick escape. At the same time, you have to make sure that you have a emergency button to contact 911 immediately to defend yourself. Um, Over here in the States, you can legally carry a pepper spray, but in the Caribbean, they basically legalize it where you can't carry it. But if you get I think you have to get a permit from the station or thing like that to carry it, and then you can have something to defend yourself. But I'm all up for it for females out there to have something to defend themselves.
We have to, Kirk. We have to. Thank you for that, Kirk. Go ahead, Jelly.
This is for Kirk. I always advocate for uh, teaching each other in small group as we are now. And Kirk, I know you must have a friend group, play domino, whatever. And these are conversations I hope you would bring up to your sons and your brother and any man in your life, any male figure in your life that listen. There are certain ways to deal with females, whether they're wrong or right. Find a way to walk away. I mean, whatever things you have to say that you hold dear to yourself, I would hope that men, because I know they're good men. I know they're good men out there. I hope the good ones will pass on.
Me a one. Me a one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I like that point you raised, Shelley. What conversations are men having when they gather? What is the discourse? What are you saying about women? Are you talking about how you can um conquer one? Or are you talking about how you can protect one? What are those conversations like?
What are those conversations like? I can say from my experience, the protection part of aspect of it is last minute. That conversation never gonna happen. It might happen in depends on the age group.
Mhm.
I'm being honest. These depends on the age group. But for the younger generations, that's the least on their list. The least.
So let me ask you a question, Kurt. Are men taught from an early age in their youth to respect women? Is that a conversation that is held
Is there a conversation that is
led by the elders?
definitely. Led by the elders? Yes, it does. Especially in the church. In church, because I grew up in the church. I grew up in a Seventh-day Adventist church, and I'm around persons that are older than me. Even though I hang around with my age group, but I more follow persons that are older than me. And based on their teaching to me, and based on what I observe, and for me, is always to protect the female around you. I growing up see that no male, once a male start to fight a woman, the community males jump in and start to defend that woman. Nowadays, that is not happening again.
Why?
You
What
understand me?
changed? What
And
shifted?
it's really sad.
Changed? What shifted?
Not sure what shifted. It probably I have no idea what shifted right now. I'm trying to come to that conclusion. You know, but it's really sad. It's really sad.
It's beyond
I
sad,
think
Kurt.
I'm not sure.
It's beyond sad, Kurt.
I think it's the dominance where the male is supposed to be the dominance over everything, and now the females are being the dominant figure. So the males basically do not like that. So it's making a change to what is happening. So
I don't know. We need an intervention. We need and we need it quick. So let me jump to some comments here. Hold on a second. Lormel Skin Food. Remember when women and children were off limits? Absolutely. Not anymore. Shelley says, talk about these things amongst yourselves. That's where it should begin. And Shelley, I'm going to say it starts in the home. It starts in the home. Whoever is the guardian, whoever is the parent, whoever is the caregiver, they need to start embedding it in the minds of their children from an early age to respect people, period. Respect a fellow human being. Respect women, protect children, not take advantage of them. And there was another comment. Sweet Novi Abby said, parents don't have time. You know, no, Sweet Novi, it's so true. We have a story coming up later on in the show where they're saying Gen Z parents don't even want to read to their children. They don't even want to spend 5 minutes reading to their children while tucking them into bed. Parents, and sometimes it's not that their work is the reason, Sweet Novi Abby, when they're getting the child ready, that's the time for interaction. When they're dressing the child to get the child ready for school, to go out, when they're preparing breakfast, when they're fixing dinner, you get it in where you can. I refuse to believe that 24 hours in the day and a parent cannot find even 10 to 15 minutes to interact with their child. Not even, they find the 10 to 15 minutes to gossip on the phone. They find it, all right, lunchtime on the job. Try to reach out to your child, have a conversation. We know how to be creative when it suits us. The pitney them never ask for coming out of the world, and we carry them come here. So it is up to us to see to it that we do our part. It is up to us. I refuse to accept the excuse that I am busy working 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jobs. Look at one of the job them. Stay on crooked and cut straight. If you have the third job, figure buy clothes. Do you really need the clothes? Do you really need to go shopping every weekend? Do you really need to have a full Amazon cart? That's why you have to run, go take up a third job for pay for wine at the Amazon cart. Put down the shopping. The child does not need Air Force Ones or what you call them, Jordans. The child needs you, the parent. You have the power to shape that child's mind. How are you shaping it? What are you feeding this child? How are you pouring into your child? What are the conversations you're having? Are you teaching them to respect themselves, love themselves first and foremost, and then to teach and respect others? Come on, man. I'm not taking the excuse. I'm not going to take the excuse. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear some of your work. I don't want to hear this because we somehow in between the three jobs, we find time for their dance. In between the three jobs, we find time for sit down in a smarty chair so they can sew in the weave. In between job, we find time to get our nails done. In between the job, we find time to do things that we think are important. Take that same time. Carry the picnic, go with you wherever you go if you need to. If you don't have a village around you, do what you must. Make the picnic a handbag. And then, men, let me ask you a question. When you hear young boys talking and you hear conversation that is not palatable, are you intercepting? Are you saying to them, come on, man, no, man, and I saw we do the thing, and I saw it go work? Or do you encourage it and say, yes, my dog, yeah, man? What's the stance you're taking? Because men have an opportunity to shape a young man's mind. So what are those conversations you're having with young men? Are you saying to them, if a girl no want you, just take it anyway? Is that what you're telling them? So they grow up with this idea that no means yes, and they will go to any means necessary to take advantage of someone that they would pose as a taxi driver. Then I may ask the man them some. I saw no decrepit looking, I saw no ugly, I saw no character bad. That you can't woo someone the right way. You can't build a relationship. Starting off with conversation. As the phone kind of dark, nobody no want to know. What wrong with them, sir? Every hole have them tick a bush. Somebody will give you a little light. But you gotta do it the right way. So what if you not have nobody to sleep with every night? So what if you not have a different girl to sleep with every night? Doesn't give you the right to impose yourself upon someone. Taking advantage of someone, and then where you beat up your chest, and then where you go around your friend them and your friend them say, yes, dog, I saw the thing go. Well, that means we have a society of worthless men coming up. We have a society of worthless men among us. You have no respect or regard for yourselves, and that is why you're able to treat people the way you do. Let me go back to the chat. Hold on there. Listen, man, we have to stop it. Hey, Riley, morning, morning, Lanky. We have to stop it. Social media made the change. You can't make social media control, you know. You don't have to control social media. You don't have to control social media. Instill some discipline within yourselves. Time and place. Sweet Novi said, look at the adults in Jamaica. I'm sorry for our children. They're not setting any examples, none whatsoever. None whatsoever. I saw a video on TikTok recently where the young lady was saying she's worried about the future because the young people nowadays, them no want cook. So who is going to pass down the traditions? You know, traditional things that happen, say, at Christmas time. No, everybody want. Thank you, Dr. Royale. Everybody want got KFC. Everybody want got Starbucks. Everybody depend on the fast food life. Stove right now, come in like figurine by your grandmother buffet. I doubt if them have pot in them place. You probably open them fridge and it look brand new. The tape probably all in there for hold the draw them together while they're shipping it. We're caught up in the fakeness of social media. Everybody want to be a bad bee. Everybody want to be a Dali. Shelly, go ahead, yeah.
And believe me, this new lifestyle is coming with all the different types of sickness, whether from the food we're consuming that we're not sure what is in there, rather than we go down at the store, go buy a little food and cook up a little things. Plus the attitude that we have, that we are distancing ourselves from the communication because nobody can tell we already know the right thing, and that is called giving people anxiety and depression and all these things. So this thing where this generation have taken on this new lifestyle is also bringing with it a lot of health complications.
Yeah. You can't tell them that though, Shelly. You can't tell them that. Who you talk to? Them don't want to hear it.
Of course, not everybody is right in what's it's like we have come to a stage in life where right is wrong and wrong is right, and you don't know, because sometimes even this app, you don't know what is right and what is wrong. Because you see me, I did this video yesterday, and this little girl on the Delta flight that she was singing, and the extent to which people was going out, I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who's strange. I didn't see it as such a big deal. And when I look under the comment, I don't know, maybe I'm the strange one. I don't think there's a problem with it. So it's like when I look at these things, that's just one of the things. Is like you don't know what is right, because the thing that you think was okay is extremely wrong. Not just a little bit wrong, you know. Extremely wrong. And the things you think that's wrong, it's celebrated. The things you held as wrong is now celebrated. So girl, I don't know.
Listen. Not to go off on a tangent, right? But as you're saying that, what is right is wrong and what is wrong is right. So they're conflicting points of view as it relates to a particular TikToker who has gone on OnlyFans. And some people are condemn her. Some people say make she do what she do. You know. Here's the thing. When you are at a certain stage in your life, we have to think long and hard about the choices that we make. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Money. Yes, like you have to stay up to date in what I want. I have to stay up to date. No. Me not tell a man say him not to do a certain thing because me know God know. If both my parents were not alive, if me never have no husband, if me never have no picnic, I don't know what I might do. When I hear me say all the time that in my mind, well, not you, the recent crowd, but back in the day, me say, in my mind, and I can't tell me say me no work at one particular club, right? Because I have mad respect for those girls. I will never tear them down because I have not walked in their shoes, right? But when it comes to certain things, yes, Tasha, digital footprint. Even if you delete it, it never goes away. It's there. It's there. When your son grows up, do you want him to see that? Do you want him to be greeted? The first thing somebody said, oh, is your mother did the so. Or is your father did the so. Is that what we want for our children? Is that what we want? Is that the legacy that we want to leave behind? Is that the reputation? Come on. We have to make good choices. And money is our problem. This love of money that we have is a problem. It is causing us, or we are allowing ourselves to be ruled by it. Let me tell you something. It is better to live simple than run, go take up luxury car and live in a luxury lifestyle, and then you have to do the unscrupulous to maintain it.
And you know, that is a completely different topic, you know, because when you come to America, that is one thing that you get caught up in. We all, when I say all, I so include myself into this. We all buy too many things. We all buy way, way more than that what we need. And we continue to do it. And we continue to work the overtime, sacrifice the extra time, and work this for a closet, a walk-in closet full of clothes where you don't know some of the clothes, them you don't know some of the shoes, and we keep buying.
Shelley, I personally know folks who have been evicted several times, but them have a genuine Chanel purse, a closet filled with luxury items, but they not own a house. They can't pay their rent. They can't pay. Then drive a Mercedes. Them have to live in a particular area. They are living above their means, but not even have a pot for pissing. Make that make sense?
I am telling you, this one goes so deep, because sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who concerned. Because these days, a Benz and a BMW don't impress me, because I work with those people with the Benz and the BMW who are putting in so much extra time. And me would have probably prefer sit on yes upon my settee and drive my Jeep. I'm good with, and I've never aspired to own one of those luxury cars. And if I have that level of money, I'm still gonna buy a comfortable car because I'm not working that many hours.
Here's the thing, Shelley. You buy it if you can afford it. If
Precisely.
you cannot afford it, leave it alone. But everybody's trying to live like the Joneses. Everybody.
People for what?
Exactly.
If
you're gonna buy a Benz, buy it because you want it, not because you're trying to impress somebody.
I totally agree with you. Because there are people who can afford it and who are struggling to buy it. But don't buy it because you want to show that you can buy a Benz. So don't buy it just for that reason.
I'm gonna send a message out there, and some people are not gonna like it, but it is what it is. If you can't afford to pay for something 3 times, leave it alone. 3 times, leave it alone.
Send the message. Send the message.
If you cannot afford to purchase something 3 times, leave it alone.
Yep.
Leave it alone.
I have a feedback. Kirk. Come on, we have a feedback. Yeah, we're not hear it again. But yeah, moments. Listen, this is what I think, right? I think it's a mindset problem that people have. And the reason why I say that is that when I just came here, like I have two really, really good friends. One is my best friend, and the other one is I would say my second best friend. And they both came here before I did. And when I see what they did in terms of, how they discipline themselves, one of them, the first one that came, he, and this is how I know it's a mindset thing. When he just came here, because I was like one of the brighter um ones in school and stuff like that. So when he just came, I remember he called me one day and he said, "Yo, Lenky, you say you for day, because I had a bright one, and what me see what me achieve, it would have be way, way, way easier for you." I mean, I tell her, like, my friend, him come and start work at a McDonald's, and him say, him tell himself, so listen, this now go cut it. Him enroll himself in a electrical school, him get him certification, him go back and him tell other people who were at the same McDonald's, say, listen, like, let go off of the road, just ban yourself off of the road for 1 year and go to school. And him said, just don't think about nothing where you miss out right there. So you're not miss out nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell yourself, so listen, you ban yourself from the road for 1 year and just go do the thing. And them say them can't do it. You get me? And my next friend come him see him start work at them place so them do like the lumber. And him say when him start cut lumber, him say, no man, this can't do it. And him got enrolled for doing CDL. Him own truck now. For a couple of years now. Him have him own, both of them have their own house. And I tell you, the way how we have fun the summer is either one of them live New York, me and the other one live here. Is either one come from New York and all of us there here, or me and the other one we go New York. Simple things we do for have fun. We barbecue, we go shoot pool. Trust me, we go fishing, we go do paintballing. When we go Jamaica, it's not about renting Chris vehicle and all of them something there. You see the things where the tourists them a highlight now that is opening the eyes of us local Jamaicans who just see the value of it, going to the river, um, enjoying nature and stuff like that. When we go to Jamaica, that's what we do. We go cook a river, we cook by wood fire, and even there my house at the work. And me just feel, me just like the nostalgic feeling. Me go look stick a bush, go look wood, go look stick a bush and we cook.
Right.
We cook like just the normal way what we used to, and the stuff like going to the river and all of them something there. It's just natural to we, and those are them are the things that will make we happy.
Yeah.
And being around family and being around friends, and I go a party, go buy liquor and dash your liquor
Tell
and
down
watch.
the place.
And it's not like we cannot do it, but what's the sense of doing that? It don't make no sense. You get me?
But Lanky, how many people are willing to make the sacrifice? Because remember too, they're trying to impress the folks that they left back home, right? Because somewhere in the minds of the people in Jamaica, you can't dare foreign and not have this, not have that. So we take up this idea that, Lord of mercy, me can't dare not drive this, me can't dare not wear that, to impress who?
That's why I said it's a mindset thing. And when you're not easily swayed, stuff like that don't bother you, because I've heard it. I've heard it like no lies. Whenever I go back to Jamaica, it's always friends, family, simplicity. That's it. You get me? And you see, you said something there, and a lot of people, they will not see the sacrifices and the work that you put in. They will only see the end result. They will only see everything else, but the staying up late, you know, whatever work you put in, the things you sacrifice, the things you do without, like they will never see that. But they will see the end result and they will see a happy and they will see you with the nice things and then just don't know how it come about. And the mindset, it's terrible. And what I think is one of the biggest problems with the society, it has to do with both the men and the lack of men in the household, where, there are certain things that a man in a household brings about, in terms of, we are seen like as a disciplinarian most of the times. I have a little nephew and he can run rings around his mommy's brain, but once, they say, I'm gonna call uncle, it's a completely different ball game.
Mm-hmm.
He's that is not a joke thing this time. And I find that when men are absent, and I know men choose to be absent sometimes, and sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
women, stop men from, being
Mm-hmm.
there,
Let
so
me go down that the road there.
yeah, and so that's one. And the other part, and this might touch a few people can, but
It's okay. We have to touch the
um,
can.
yeah, I think separate from the man's role, I think some women, I'm not generalize, some women contribute to the what's happening now. And let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you why I say that. So, and women, as it relates to women who are single moms with a son, very dangerous combination
How about it?
sometimes. So let me tell you why I say that.
Mm-hmm.
So a woman may have a son, right? And this woman, she lists her characteristics of what she wants in a man. A man has to be a leader. Him have to be this, him can't too soft, everything. But then this woman is growing her son to be exactly what she don't want in a man. So your son
Yes, Riley, go on through what?
so so you may the son can he might say, all right, let's get a little summer job as an example. In Jamaica when you come on to summer, everybody want a little summer job if I ever go on a little supermarket or pack two bags to get a little money. You want to buy your new shoes or you want to do something or coming down to Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard women say, oh, the sun too hot, oh, he can't bother to do that and he not like that and he not like that. I'm like, what? What kind of money I grow? You understand? So it's a touchy topic because that's what I noticed, like, you know, and we have to kind of, and as black people, I think we're already up against it.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And when these things keep happening, it doesn't make any better. So we have to find a way to bridge
Yeah.
this mindset problem that we have, because trust me, it's terrible. And it's not leading down a good path at all.
Yeah. I agree,
Believe me.
Lanky. I agree. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Before I make my comment, I know Dr. Sharon had opened her mic. Dr. Sharon, how you do? Go right ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. So I've been listening, and I do agree with Lenky about sacrifice, because God knows how many things I've missed during even just med school and residency alone, to get where I am. I'm at the place at this point where I own my schedule so that I don't have to miss as many as I did in the past.
Right.
But getting to where I am did come, with a sacrifice. It's not without sacrifice at all. So I completely agree, and I've lived it.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely lived it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people who chose not to make that sacrifice because for whatever reason, med school is too hard, or this is too, college is too hard, it takes too long, and most of them are now struggling. Most of them are now struggling. Got a couple of kids, maybe married and still struggling, divorced and struggling. But for me, my goal, or actually I would say my father's goal for his kids, was to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. And that came with sacrifice. But I actually would not have done it any other way.
Right.
I actually had a guy looked at me the other day and tell me I'm too independent. Okay. Wait.
Jelly back.
That's what he said. He said, you're too independent. I'm like,
So of
"Oh,
course he can keep it moving.
absolutely. Next.
Keep it moving. Yeah.
Let me tell you what I said to someone some time ago. So this person was a paralegal. They're a paralegal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And kept saying that, oh, the attorneys, they're getting like crazy bonus, and the paralegals, they're just getting like, small stuff. So I'm like, have you ever thought about being an attorney?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be at school for 4 years. Like, so I say, well, stop complaining about someone who took the time out to go to school for the 4 years and now are reaping the benefits of their 4 years. You get me? So everybody wants the benefits but don't want to
To
put
do the
in the
work.
work. Crazy.
Exactly. Exactly. You have to be prepared to make the sacrifices for good, folks. Stop bad mind, red eye, grudge somebody for what they have. And let me tell you another thing too on the flip side. No grudge a man. This is something my father always taught me. Never you grudge a man for what he or she has. Don't grudge them because you don't know what they did to get it. If you want something, work hard for it. Make the sacrifices, but do not put yourselves in compromising circumstances. Do not put yourself in a situation where you are going to be without. In other words, don't put your basket where you can't reach it to attain something. I had a conversation with someone some months ago, and they said that what them do, and they can correct me if I'm wrong because I know they're in the space here with us, that what they do, they don't have a vehicle, but they put the money aside as if they're making a car payment. They put the money aside as if they are making a car payment. They invest that money, and you know what's going to happen with that money? It will grow. Now, when they have accumulated sufficient, they can either invest in a real estate, which I would go that route because if they don't need to buy a car, I would take that money and invest in something that will give me a return. But that's a whole nother conversation to be had. We're not doing investment classes today. You want investment classes? Check out AD1 Tax Prep. She will teach you. It's done. I will teach you. She will guide you, give you some advice, some recommendations about how to take 5 cents and turn it into $1. And it's yours that you work hard for. Not no get rich quick schemes. Nobody telling you you're gonna get double-digit return on your investment because that's a whole joke. But I'm not gonna go down that. Lord of mercy, so many conversations we can have from what we're talking about right now. But let us bring it back. Be careful of the choices you make, ladies and gentlemen. Be very careful. How will those choices impact you, the individual, your family members, and then your community and society going out from there? A lot of us self-inflict. A lot of us self-inflict. A lot of what we are going through is because of the decisions we made. The choices we made. A lot of it. Some of us talk too much. Some of us need to learn to move in silence. You know, have to run, go tell everybody the milestone where you make. Because you know what you do when you do that? You draw attention to yourself. Now I broke it down a little more. You know, always have to make the world know so you catch a flight. You don't know who waiting for you when you touch down, wherever you're going. You have to be careful with what you share. Everybody is just sharing everything to the point where people doing some things on social media make you go, hold on there. Am I supposed to be watching this? Is this internet? You know what? Or is this TikTok? Or is it on a share, on a oversharing? And I'm not saying you're not to enjoy what you've worked hard for. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. But be careful because you put your business out there and then people sit down and see how them can plot. The Bible tell you, do not store up for yourselves these things on earth. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, Shamu. Be careful with over exposing yourselves. You have to make people know everything what you do. Follow me, follow me, follow you go where? But anyway, the conversation started off with this article where police are warning in Jamaica, kidnappers are posing as taxi drivers. Men, some of you posing as taxi drivers. Do you have children? Do you have a girlfriend, a wife, a mother, an aunt, a sister, a grandmother? And that don't make you stop for a second and say how you would feel if someone did that to your loved one. Hmm? Thank you for the follow, Road Lion. Stop for a second. You're kidnapping them and then you're taking them to ATMs to get money. And then they don't have no money. What happened? What you do with them when you carry them got the ATM and the money not in them account? What happened? What do you do at that point? Huh? Go take your hand on fashion, a life of crime. Get out of the old crime lobby. Change your nighttime hobby. Go turn on Damien Junior, when name Junior Gang. And listen to his song. That life you're living now carry you nowhere. It's temporary. Woman, until Jamaica legalizes pepper spray, carry what you must. That's all we can tell you say. Because you have to protect yourself. Adults in Jamaica, I implore you, build up better communities by building up your children. It starts at home. Everything starts at home. Men, you don't have to be in a relationship with the woman who bore your child. You can still be heavily involved in the child's life. Show up. Be present. No wait till the mother done raise them and then come out to something that I don't want to come around talk about. I'm a boy that you know, I'm a girl that you know. Move up from yourself. Be involved. Share the responsibility. Be a positive influence in your children's lives. so that we can have better communities. Women, stop exchanging your children for money. Do not prevent the men who are desirous of being a positive influence in their children's lives. Do not deny them that opportunity because them not have a money figure today. And some of you know you're guilty of that. Truth hurts. I get it. Do not prevent a man from having a relationship with his child because him not have a money figure. You can see the pitney when you hand over XYZ. I did not know a child was for barter. Do you know what you're teaching that child? That for me is generational trauma. You're teaching that child to repeat that same behavior when they get older. If it's a daughter that you're raising, you're teaching her, if you have children for a man, the only time he can see the pit of them are when he gives something in exchange. Anyway, Mr. President, welcome to the stage. A lot of what we have to deal with in society is because of what happened in the home. Some of us have no business getting intimate with anybody because we're not ready for the possibility of becoming a parent. Some of you need to go heal. Alvi, thank you for the heart. Thank you. This is a whole conversation to be had by itself another time. But in the meantime, please protect yourselves. Now, the next thing I want to attack in the article, where Detective Inspector Winter Crossfield said that there are several instances of fake kidnappings. These fake kidnappings are being orchestrated by teenagers. Let me go back to the article here. By teenagers because them want go go ramping shop. Hold on.
They may contact either them or they ask someone to make.
Hold on. Let me back this up there.
We have fake kidnapping. If we speak about fake kidnapping, most of those kidnappings are done by teenagers. Reported.
Fake
Yes,
kidnapping.
fake kidnapping, right? So you have teenagers who go out with their male friend for whatever reason, spend days, and then when they want to return home, they may contact either them or they ask someone to make contact with family members to say that they are kidnapped and demanding money for release. So that is what we have.
So teenagers, who are these male friends? How old are these male friends that them can have you in a fidem yard for days? So these male friends that are harboring you, do they live with parents? I don't understand this. Because which one of my boy picking them? I got carry home one little girl. And me that have her, but then I get camp in my house because me come in like Popo in my house. Me search up everything. I'm in every nook and cranny. So who are these male friends that they're staying with for days? And then concocting a story that they were kidnapped. Male friends, do yourself a favor. Do not harbor them at your homes or wherever it is that you're staying. Send them at them yard. Send them at them yard. Because they will get you in trouble. Riley says some of us men have to take a little of the blame. We make our business stand up for anything. You're right, Riley. You're right. Little girl want come hitch up at your yard for days, for do what? For exercise. Show you every position and pose what she can do. And then make up a story. But sweet them going sour them. Them are gonna find out how water walk got pumpkin belly. Run them. Let them go home. God, the parents here and say, come phone the daughter because she won't left me gate. Do what you must so that you will not be blamed for anything your name won't call. Almost said something which would have been a little bit too graphic, so I might as well not say it. Young girls, I understand, young people, hormones raging. We all been through that stage in our life. Hormones raging and your mind a wander and blah, 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 zay. You don't have to act on what it is that you're thinking or feeling to the point that you want to tell me, say, so I saw whatever the man or the boy have, I saw it sweet you, that you're gone for days. So you not have school figure? No school? Nothing for them? Oh, wow. Okay. The Sharon, yeah, get the eyes. This is concerning. You make up a fake kidnapping. How do we hold those children responsible? Excuse me. These teenagers need to be held responsible for their bad behavior. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So if these
Oh,
teenagers,
stick up in, stick up in, stick up in. It is 4 minutes before the top of the hour. I must advise everyone listening on janoradio.com that at the top of the hour, I'm asking you to switch over to news and talk. It is at the drop down on the tab at the top on the website. I'm not looking at the website right now. But whether you're on the app or on the website, from the drop down menu at the top of the hour, just go to news and talk so you can continue to listen to Coffee Into World News on the Go. Thank you. Back over to you, Dr. Sharon. Appreciate your patience.
so you're telling me that these teenagers are orchestrating this whole kidnapping plan. But and I would ask the same question like you, because we're the parents for the kidnapper. Like, where are his parents? You just had somebody hiding out under your bed for days. So you don't know what's going on in your house. I mean, this it's actually quite weird, but I think we definitely do have some new age teenagers. It's not like when we were growing up, because then they're so influenced by social media and what they see, that they're sitting there orchestrating a plot for kidnapping, a fake kidnapping, to get money to do what with? Like, how much money and what? Like, actually, really, like, how much money can you actually get? Like, what? I mean,
I don't know.
$100, $200, like, what are they asking for? Because I mean, they're not no real true kidnappers, so they couldn't be asking for $1 million, $500,000, $2 million. Shelly says, I assume these men are living by themselves. Maybe, but so it's just the girl that's a teenager and the guy is a grown adult. So then
I don't know, Dr. Sharon. I really don't know what's going on here, but
I
I
really
have a lot of
questions.
questions.
I have
So,
questions.
yeah, so Dr. Leslie is asking for a reset. So, Dr. Leslie, the article we're discussing right now, it's out of Jamaica. Police are warning that kidnappers are posing as taxi drivers. So we spoke about women protecting themselves, right? Now we're talking about another part of the article where the detective is saying that teenagers are leaving their homes to stay with a love interest for several days without informing their family. Let's take a listen
We
again.
have fake kidnapping. If we speak about fake kidnapping, most of those kidnappings are done by teenagers, reported.
Fake
Yes,
kidnapping.
fake kidnapping, right? So you have teenagers who go out with their male friend for whatever reason, spend days, and then when they want to return home, they make contact, either them or they ask someone to make contact with family members to say that they are kidnapped and demanding money for release. So that is what we have. We have fake kidnapping.
Who are these male friends? A lot of Jamaican schoolgirls do not date schoolboys. Yes, James, and I not knew that. That I gone for a long time with schoolgirl. You know, they used to do with bus driver and bus conductor. Mhm. So then can get their free ride for go to school and their lunch money. Mm-hmm. Hey, Mr. Nemard. So who are these men? And that is why I said the man them need for run the little gal them from them gate. Run them. Because they're not going to school. Do you remember where Don of Community used to send for a daughter to come check him? Ooh. Thank you, Mr. Nevard. Thank you. Schoolboy lunch finish at lunchtime, them say. They don't want a little boy, a big man, then say they want. Mhm. And these big men put themselves in compromising situations. So, excuse me, some of these big men have woman, you know. Little girl, you cock up at the big man yard. What you do for the big man? Besides one thing, you cook clean, you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're doing laundry, you're helping him to build an empire. No, you're not. You're not doing none of that. And if he truly cared about you, he would see to it that your ass is at home and you're going to school. He would see to it that you're preparing for a future, that you're able to take care of yourself. Because truth be told, not every woman gonna have a man, whether by choice or by some unfortunate situation. If he truly cared, he don't care about you. He just cared that him can go tell him friend them, brag to him friend them what damage him do. Thank you, Mr. Neman. Yeah, that's not the requirement. All he requires is front door access. And 9 times out of 10, if you end up pregnant, the child becomes the responsibility of your parents or grandparents or whoever it is that is raising you. The boom flick, head tap, hand cat, stand up, Mass Charlie. Stop listening to ladies, sir. Can I help you? You're not ready for that yet. Turn off his spice. Can I help you? You're not ready for that yet. No listen to Shensia nor Jada. No listen to Stefan. None of them. Because you're not ready for that yet. Them a make their money and sing to una jump up and have 2 shillings for rub. But don't have a pat for pissing. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Next article out of Jamaica as well. No, not out of Jamaica, sorry, out of Trinidad and Tobago. Beckles calls for consultation on proposed stand your ground laws. This article courtesy of loopnews.com, and I do believe we have a sound bite for this. Let me see. Hold on 1 second.
Stand your ground. What is your ground? In Trinidad and Tobago, where we have a very large squatting community, a very large HTC community, take San Fernando West, 25,000 registered people to vote. 11,500 live in HDC communities, and 3,500 live in squatting. So what's your ground? Will there be any quality of treatment? Is your neighbor's yard that you now claimed for 2 years your yard or his yard? Where your children play in a community center in an area and you perceive threat, where we have an issue of gang violence, where there is a perceived inequality amongst our people in the first place. You must remember, in the United States of America, things like property tax identify every single piece of land. It's owned, it's paid for, it's measured. There are rights and covenants. You don't cut your grass, the city intervenes.
Mr. Beckles, stop right there. So stop that. Because clearly you miss what stand your ground means in the US.
Make sure that
stand your, it has nothing to do with your physical property, right? Jesus. Who is this man? He's the leader of the People's National Movement and has called for the consultation regarding the government's plan to enact stand your ground legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. He was speaking at a media briefing Monday. Beckles said studies have shown an increase in gun violence since the introduction of the legislation in Florida, which the government has used as its model. He dotish. Okay.
What's his name?
Look up.
I thought it was Penelope Beckles. I thought she was isn't she the opposition leader?
Hold on a second. So why them have this man talking? Hold on there. Okay, James. So this man talking is, let me tell you, hold on there, may I dig. Okay, so that's Attorney Keith Scotland.
Yeah, Penelope Beckles is the opposition leader.
So what is Keith Scotland saying then? No, hold on. That is okay. Look, news. I'm confused. You put watch your note. Here comes another name. Former Attorney General Faris Al Rawi speaks on proposed stand your ground laws. Okay, so that is not even Keith Scotland. But I have to clean this up, Luke. Clean this up. Go ahead, James.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling that out. Thank you.
Yeah, the stand your ground law. I'm not. That's one of the things that the Prime Minister came out with that I don't agree with, because it just the stand your ground and the capital punishment. It just sound too American, like a Trump wannabe. Because the thing is, anywhere in the Caribbean, you're in Jamaica, in Trinidad. I think Jamaica and Trinidad probably would be the two of the West Indies island that would have allowed people to have a legal firearm to protect themselves. That is standard procedure. Anyone that have a legal firearm knows what to do, where to do, how to do. So the stand your ground, it is very dangerous, because Trinidad and Tobago is grappling with a racial kind of thing dynamic too. And stand your ground, whenever people hear stand your ground, race is the first thing that comes to mind. Trayvon Martin, the race thing that the history of America and some of the stand your ground, most of them in America is always like a racial dynamic. So with that and capital punishment, I don't agree with those two things, because it just seemed like it is going after Trinidadians from African descent. And I told someone from Trinidad that, look, this thing, if you check the history, 99.999% of people in the Caribbean who would have faced that type of capital punishment are from African descent. No Indian. I can't recall any Indian or any Chinese that's been there for over 100 or 200 years that would have faced that type of capital punishment. So I don't agree with those two.
It's a matter of concern. Thank you for that, James. All right, let me read from here. Let me read from Google. All right. Standing your ground can refer to two main situations: asserting your beliefs or opinions in a debate or argument, and refusing to retreat or give in to a perceived threat, often in the context of a stand your ground law. It can also refer to the feeling of being grounded and stable in one's own truth. So let's look at a more detailed breakdown. Number one, asserting your beliefs. Standing your ground in this context means firmly holding your position, refusing to compromise, and defending your beliefs against opposing viewpoints. It's about communicating your opinions clearly and confidently, even when others disagree. This can involve expressing your reasons for disagreement in a constructive and professional way. It's about refusing to let others push you around or intimidate you into changing your mind. Number two, stand your ground law and self defense. In legal contexts, stand your ground. This refers to a type of self defense law that allows individuals to use deadly force in self defense without having to retreat. These laws are often based on the castle doctrine, which grants individuals the right to use force, including deadly force, to protect themselves and their homes. Some stand your ground laws extend this right to all public spaces, meaning individuals can use deadly force in self defense even if they could safely retreat. The exact details of stand your ground laws vary by jurisdiction. And number three, feeling grounded or stable. The phrase can also refer to the feeling of being secure and confident in your own truth and values, even when facing challenges or adversity. It can be a feeling of having a strong sense of self and being able to navigate difficult situations with integrity. This feeling can be the result of having a strong foundation of beliefs and values that provide a sense of stability. Dr. Leslie, welcome to the stage. You said that's incorrect. Are you able to speak?
Thank you. I will speak in 2 seconds.
Okay. So, James, and I think yesterday when the first article came to the forefront, we had a conversation about it. And we did express our concerns as it relates to stand your ground and Trinidad, not from a racial perspective, mark you. But you raised that concern now.
Yeah, the racial have to be taken, because the thing is, like, with those two legislation, the capital punishment, like, I'm not against capital punishment, like, and like there are some people that insist that it have to be that type of way, even when you tell them the history of it. Like, there are injection, there are other things that can be done, right? The history of that, especially in the Caribbean, is to keep you in place, right? We see what happened in Montego Bay, like the history when you go like Sam Shark Square and some of the other places, and you see the history behind it, where it's a public display of, like, if you rebel, this is going to happen to you. And as I said, like, most of the people, like, I don't see anywhere in any history book. Well, I'm looking other places, but in Jamaica, where any indentured laborers from India or from China was treated in that way, in terms of, like, you know, if you don't stay in check, this is going to happen to you. Like, all of the when you look at the names of the thousands of people in Jamaica who went out that way, they're all Africans. So it's very dangerous. So do it some other way. Understand your ground is not necessary. If a person have a legal firearm. It's to protect themselves, and they know what to do. You don't have to put a law there to think a stand your ground thing. Or if you want to put some legislation, name it something else, not stand your ground. It sounds too. No, it sounds too.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, so AT put here on YouTube, SYG benefits, and that's stand your ground, benefits pale colors the most. And he's talking about complexions, folks. Darker complexions are not given the benefit of the doubt at face value. So that he supports your argument, James.
Yeah, because people have been pointing out, when you look in Trinidad and Tobago, a lot of the gangs are young black men. Like, this is a order to go and take out all of them. Like, no rehabilitation, no, I don't know what happened in Trinidad when they have all of that oil money to take care of these young people, because there were lots of jobs in Trinidad that these young men could have had. But in the past 15 years or so, these gang, the 6 and the 7 gang and the other gangs, I don't know what happened. But in conversation, in particular, people from a different race, they're very comfortable with it because they're saying that most of these guys are, African descent, and that's not a nice thing.
So let me ask you, James. Look, okay, so let's take a look at what Dr. Leslie put. It's more colorism and not so much race at
Yeah,
I wanted to touch on that because in the Caribbean, I don't think we have a race issue per se. I think our issue is more colorism and classism. Go right ahead, Dr. Leslie.
No, I was going to say, I think it's mostly a colorism issue because in Trinidad, there are a lot of white appearing people who are not white, right? They are, should I say the word right on TikTok? Okay. They have African blood, Indian blood, et cetera, but they are white appearing. So most of the times it's really about your class, who you are associated with, the money that you have, and the hue. And when I lived in the Virgin Islands, one of the things that I said is, no place have I seen the vestiges of slavery more prominent than the colorism that is in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is a very colorist society. If your name is Commission or Watson, and you light a shade of whatever, of beige, you get away with literal murder. Should I say murder?
Unaliving.
So unaliving. So I think the issue, because when you look at people like who've been persecuted and had punishments of that sort, I mean, there are Indians among them, but look at the shade of Indian, right? They're the dark Southern Indians. You look at Joel Chady. These aren't bright and light and bright. These are darker complected people. So I think that there's something we have not explored it. We don't talk about it that much, but we use that same paper bag test in the Caribbean. And let's talk about Trinidad. That was used here in the US. And even when we say, oh, she's so pretty, she may not have the features, but she has the skin color. We do that. So sorry, guys.
Yeah. I want to say, I think it's colorism and definitely a touch of, well, not a touch. Colorism and classism makes a difference in how you are treated. And I think that is prevalent across the Caribbean. Right? Not racism. And I want us to be careful with using racism as it relates to the Caribbean, because I don't want us to stick on the American. I may be wrong, but I don't want to stick on the American thing. We lap up everything America do. Go ahead, James. Yeah.
Like Trinidad and Guyana have a touch of that. Like even Jamaica, because where I grew up was one of Jamaica's first Indian settlement. So like 90% of the people that was in that at the time when I was growing up until it started.
What part of Jamaica is that?
Well, okay, so Cockburn Pen was an Indian settlement. Callaloo Bed was an Indian settlement. Riverton, where Riverton Dump is now, that used to be an old Indian settlement. because Jamaica and Indian with the Callaloo thing, that's why they call it Callaloo bed, right? So that was an Indian settlement. So like all of the Indian cultures and stuff like that, I was accustomed to them. And in Jamaica, it's not as bad because the numbers are not the same. But in Trinidad and Tobago, the numbers of African descent and Indian descent, they are about equal, about 37%, I think. So even when you look at the election and you look at the PNM, a lot of Black people vote for PNM. A lot of Indian vote for the UNC party. So there is something there. And even in Guyana too, is the same thing. A lot of it is not, because sometimes we mix up culture with racism. A lot of it is not racism. Like, for example, when I was growing up in my community, an elderly, like East Indian man or whatever, would not be comfortable with anybody outside of the race getting married to his daughter. And I understand that. That's like culture. Most of those cultures, they like to stick to each other. So I understand that. I wouldn't call that racism, but I grew up seeing that, like, all the Indians in my community, like, they would prefer to marry to a third cousin than to get married to somebody else. So, but there is something there with Guyana and with Trinidad. There's some struggle there with in terms of voting and all this type of stuff. So there's something there. It's not as bad as America, but there's something.
Hey, James, I want to. Oh, hold on.
Okay. So Trinidad and Tobago, particularly Trinidad, has a diverse ethnic makeup, with the largest groups being Indo-Trinidadians, Afro-Trinidadians, and mixed ethnicity. Indo-Trinidadians and Afro-Trinidadians account for approximately 35 and 34% of the population, respectively. A significant portion of the population, about 30%, identifies as mixed ethnicity, often referred to as Dougla. In Jamaica, we refer to them as Coolie. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm reading on Google here. Okay. So Dre says that's prejudice still, James. If you don't want your daughter or son married out of race.
I don't think I understand it. Trust me. Like because like all the groups across the world, I think only black and white are the people that mix the most in terms of interracial. If you check all the stats, like most Indian married to Indian, most Filipino married to Filipino, most Japanese. So I understand that. Like I have.
But Japanese is not a race, you know that, right?
No, I know, but people from their culture or whatever. So I understand that. Like people get married within their culture or ethnicity or their tribe or whatever. Like even I have friends who are Africans who they come from a certain tribe and the elders would not want them to get married to someone from another tribe. So I understand that. It might be prejudice, but I wouldn't class it as like racism, or I don't think there's any hate in it. It's just pride. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
All right. Thank you, James. Thank you. Preference. Yes. We all have preferences. We all do. No matter goes fool you. We all have preferences. We are all prejudiced in some way, shape, or form. All of us. We live in certain communities. We want our children going to certain schools. We only hang out at certain spots. Comes in varying ways. And I tell you something, I don't know if you want to say if it's prejudice or discrimination, but sometimes those prejudices can save us. How so? Let us say, for example, here in the US, because of how I look, I know there are certain places I don't want to be caught at a certain time. And because of that, I know that is my compass. I mean, make sure say the sun will not come down on me in a certain tone. Is it right? I don't know, but it can save us. We have prejudices. We pay attention to how people dress. Don't we do that? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I'm going to tell you the truth. No man can chat to me with them pants under them bottom. I have a prejudice against that. Pull up your pants. Because I am going to put you in a box. We have our prejudices. You could be the sweetest person. I'm not going to waste my time to find out because me no want you around me with your pants under your bottom. I don't want to see you breathe. We all do it. If a doctor comes into the emergency room to look at you and they look a certain way, you're gonna say, hold on there. This a person, you know what them I do? If they're coming there looking scruffy, unkept, are you going to take them seriously? That's a form of prejudice. Go ahead, Dr. Leslie.
Hello, sorry guys, so much going on right now. I was just gonna say that, you know, racial politics, colorism, all of that stuff is so complicated in Trinidad. You can't really use the template that we use in the US because I think there is just so much to say. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's complicated. It's really complicated because in truth and in fact, there's rarely a pure Trini, right? There's hardly, if there's a pure Trini, that is an anomaly because we're so mixed up in the culture, you know. I mean, you look at me, I don't look like right? I look black, right? But I got Indian cousins, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we can't, it's a different kind of conversation, I think, when you're talking about the Caribbean and in specific Trinidad, it's a different kind of conversation. Now, do we take on the mindset that is pervasive in racist ideals? Yeah, that comes from Lynch, right? The Lynch mentality kind of thing. So it's hard to escape those vestiges of slavery and racism, but you have to also look at racism as being an economic privilege, and that's an even more complicated thing to talk about. I hope that makes sense. That's an even more complicated thing to talk about because we're in a country in Trinidad where you have predominantly Black people. Well, now it's a pretty fair, even mix of who we perceive to be Indian and perceive to be of African descent, but really and truly we all kind of mix up. Mm-hmm. And who's holding the purse strings, right? You know, some will say, well, the Indians holding the purse strings, and some will say that's always debatable. But the common belief is that it's people of Indian descent. And when we think of racism, we often assign it as a Black-white issue, right? In America, it's the white people against the Black folks. So I don't know. It seems like it's complicated to me, and I don't think it's a fair discussion to simply just I think it's a lot more complicated discussion. Mm-hmm. I'm tired. Sorry, I'm on French time.
That's okay. Enjoy. Yeah, preconceived opinions. Predisposed thoughts, so on and so forth. Interesting. But I would say to them over there in Trinidad, be very careful how you move forward with the SYG. Stand your ground laws. Be careful. All right. Do a deep dive. Dre, you had put in the chat earlier. I'm sure you said about okay, illicit substances are what is causing the gangs. Trinidad has become a haven for the Colombians and Venezuelans. How is the government planning to address that? You know, you can just rub it from South America right over to TNT, right? But yeah, seriously speaking though, what is the government doing about that? What are they implementing to handle the issue? We said that yesterday. A deep dive needs to be done. An analysis needs to be done. A study needs to be done to determine. It's all well and good to put in an SYG law or SYG laws to try to curb the crime. However, what are we doing at the root level to stave off, to dissuade, to prevent one from thinking that is a viable way to live, to exist? And you're right, James, you brought up the point about oil. How is the oil, the revenue from the oil being invested in the people of Trinidad and Tobago, especially the youth, to see to it that they have a fair advantage? It's not.
Yeah, Trinidad waste. I don't know. I guess all the governments, you'd have to blame all of them over the decades, because and what I see, what's his name doing now? I hope he wins the election this year. President Ali. What he's doing now, I think he learned from the mistake of Trinidad and Tobago, and they're diversifying. Like they're building hospitals, they're building roads, like, and the disheartening thing about with Guyana now is that their houses going up like crazy in Guyana, and there are contractors that can't even find people to work. They can't find young men to work. Same thing is going on in Jamaica. A lot of guys don't want to do. So they had a job fair in Canada a couple months ago. They had one in the States. They're looking all over the place to get people. And sometimes when I'm doing stuff, when I'm talking about the boom, you have young men, strong black men, arguing with me about like, yo, no money, no dead, don't let them fool you and all that. And I'm like, the World Bank, everybody cannot be lying. Guyana has the biggest growth in the world for the past 4 years, consistently. They have more construction taking place in Guyana than every single West Indian island combined. Like everybody, like even Stevie Wonder can say that. Like, but a lot of these young men don't want to work. So I don't know what is going to happen. Like they complain that in Jamaica, they complain that all the Chinese come in and they're building these houses and stuff like that. But where are the young men that want to work? So that is a problem now. Trinidad, when they had the 20, 30, 40 years ago, because Trinidad has been doing oil for the past, almost 100 years. So I don't know, but they squander the oil money, and now it's only like dregs that's left of oil. They don't have the same amount of oil. The oil is valued nothing. And now the country is just going down the drain. And these young men that form these gangs. And I don't know, some studies, because they're equal amount of East Indian and they're equal amount of African, but most of the guys that you see in the gangs are young black men, and that's what I don't understand. So they can't just get rid of them like that. They have to deal with the problem before. They have to be proactive. Find out some way to deal with it before it get to that to these young men or teenagers or adults and into gang. But I don't know what's the solution, but they have to find something.
All right, thank you, James. Welcome to the stage, Dre. How are you doing?
Yeah, I just want to say, when it comes to employment, one of the issue that Guyana face that a lot of people don't speak about, Guyana is underpopulated. I don't even think 1 million people live in Guyana, and it's 10 times bigger than Trinidad and Jamaica. So yeah, that can be an issue. Like Guyana and Belize, those not even 500,000 people live in Belize, and those are way bigger than Jamaica and Trinidad. So that can be posing the problem. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, thank you, Dre. Thank you for that. So
Okay.
go ahead,
So I
Dr.
think for so many years, Guyana was overlooked for a number of reasons, and we had a lot of Guyanese migrating to Trinidad as immigrants, many illegally, just as with Grenada, right? And it didn't seem like Guyana had much to offer, right? Now that there's oil in Guyana, you're going to find it be a lot more attractive. And what seems to be underpopulation will soon be overpopulation because that's just how people follow the money. People follow the dollars, and you're going to have a lot of expats and a lot of Americans, a lot of folks have already gone down there and tried to capitalize because they strike the iron when it hot. You understand? And so that's what's going on. Why we have not taken the revenue from oil and developed people in Trinidad, I do not know, except to say that it's capitalism gone mad. Okay, the fact that capitalism and slavery are so intimately involved, you need to have an underclass for capitalism to thrive. And they have managed to build a thriving underclass that is now threatening their capitalism, if you will.
So, Dr. Leslie and James, I went on Google here, right? And I pulled up an article that can be found on thedialogue.org. It's an analysis. The Dialogue Leadership for the Americas. So the question that is posed here, and the article is dated January 30, 2025. Why is Trinidad and Tobago facing a surge in crime? Question. Trinidad and Tobago's government declared a state of emergency on December 30 over rising violence from organized criminal groups. The country recorded a record high number of homicides in 2024, 42% of which were linked to gang-related activity, said National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines. What factors are driving Trinidad's rising organized criminal activity? What tools are available to the country's government and security forces in combating the crime wave? And to what extent are other Caribbean nations experiencing similar increases in organized crime? So we have a few answers from some professionals here, and I'm going to extract what I can from each one. We have 4 answers, as a matter of fact. 5. The first one, Winston Ducaran, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago and retired professor of practice at the University of the West Indies. He said, rising violence from organized criminal groups across the red line in Trinidad and Tobago. At the core of this complex issue is the ease of trafficking high-powered small arms and ammunition, an issue of global dimensions, with the Caribbean located between North and South America being an open border. The United Nations, in recognition of this, formally enacted the Arms Trade Treaty in 2013 to regulate the international trade of small arms and ammunition and reduce the illicit arms trade and improve regional security. Trinidad and Tobago offered to host the secretariat of the ATT, as the country is a strategic location for the growing trade of such weapons in the hemisphere. All right. So he is highlighting geography, location, all right, and open borders. All right, let's move on.
Big moments. Here's the thing. The numbers in crime have been high for many, 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 many years in Trinidad. So it's the question for me is why now and not then? And I think one of the reasons it was a political move because elections was coming up. So I'm trying to understand why they would have done this state of emergency when they did, as opposed to 2 years ago when we were having the same issue, as opposed to how long ago was it when Dana was unalived in front right there in St. James? Like how long ago, right? And they still haven't found her unaliver. So, and this was a top lawyer or almost like a attorney general kind of thing. She wasn't the attorney general, but she was the general counsel. Mm-hmm. So why my question is on the timing. Why now? We know that there are several reasons for the rise in crime, but why are you calling a state of emergency at this time, at the time that you did? Mm-hmm. That's my question.
All right. So our next answer comes from Shalene Gomez, professor of social anthropology at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine in Trinidad and Tobago. She says, organized crime and gang-related violence are tied to broader socioeconomic conditions and, specifically, Trinidad and Tobago's location as a transshipment point in the hemispheric illicit substance trade. Seizures of illicit goods, including illicit substances and weapons at the ports and on private properties, are regularly reported on in the media. While this interception demonstrates the police at work, these are likely only a small fraction of the illicit goods passing through and circulating in the country. State responses to these challenges primarily focus on enhanced surveillance, interstate security cooperation, particularly with the United States, and the militarization of the police. However, this approach offers short-term solutions to deeply rooted social and economic problems, including the increasing gap between the rich and the rest. Such fundamental problems are often obscured by nationalist rhetoric, encouraging the population to hold strain for the good of the nation. So we have socioeconomic issues coming to the forefront. All right. Next, Anthony T. Bryan, co-founder of the Caribbean Policy Consortium and professor at the University of the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago. His response: the Trinidad and Tobago Parliament on January 13 extended the limited state of emergency by 3 months. Prime Minister Keith Rowley, hold on one second, sorry about that. Yeah. So Prime Minister Keith Rowley said the previous 15-day period was not sufficient to have had an impact on the crime situation. The state of emergency, SOE, is a limited one to deal specifically with arms seizures in gang-infested areas. It does not provide for curfews or restrictions on movement for the public. As of January 16, there has been a 44% reduction in homicides compared to 2024. Unalivings cannot be eliminated, but gang warfare and runaway crime can be reduced. One of the problems is the revolving door in which people who commit violent crimes easily obtain emergency bail and are released back into society. That's a problem. That's a problem. Why is it easy for them to get emergency bail and be back out on the streets? Why don't we have a situation where they're not eligible for bail because of how egregious the crime is? Why not? So now we have to look at the judicial system. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah, I blame the governments across the region, right? Because everything that you just read sound like they took it from someone in Jamaica and just changed the name and put their name on it. That's what it sounds like. Because those were the same writings that Jamaica had like 30 years ago. And why I blame these politicians in the region is that if your next door neighbor house is burning down, right? You go and try and help them to out the fire, and you protect your house from being burned down. You don't watch the fire coming towards your place, burn down for them place, and then come to your place. That is what happened. Everything that was said in the first one that you read about geographical, the location, that was said about Jamaica, population, that was said about Jamaica, English speaking, that was said about Jamaica, proximity, and ease of access to Canada, the US, and the UK in terms of air traffic. That was said about Jamaica, and that's why Jamaica was the first English-speaking Caribbean island that was chosen. And a lot of the other islands, people stood aside and they like criticize the Jamaica and say, oh, Jamaica is too bad and Jamaicans are criminals and stuff like that. And now it's heartbreaking to see like a small island like St. Kitts and Nevis. Like Nevis have about 10,000 people. And Nevis, St. Kitts and Nevis, when I look it up the other day, they are number 1 or number 2 in the entire world. And that I have a friend from there, and she lost her son, and that was like devastating for everyone that lived on Nevis. That was 20 years ago. One person, her son, she lost, and the entire island of Nevis was traumatized. To fast forward 20 years, and now they surpassed Jamaica in terms of crime rate. That is thing. So these are like Trinidad had the resources. Like you can say like, okay, St. Kitts and Nevis, they didn't have it, and they had to start the citizen by investment program to try and make some money. Trinidad and Tobago had the money to take proactive measures. You see these things happening in Jamaica. You can't just take it for granted and say like, oh, it happened in there and it's not going to happen in Trinidad. It's happening everywhere in the Caribbean now. Every single West Indies island is affected by the same thing that affected Jamaica 30 years ago. So yeah, they don't have any foresight. They're not proactive, and police and prison and life sentence and stand your ground and all of that. When you have to think about these things, that means it's too late. Think about them from them, they are kindergarten and throw stone upon each other and don't wait until you get to this. Yeah.
So James, also Anthony T. Brand also went on to add in his statement that the laws are not rigorous enough to deal with the cruelty of the criminals who are not afraid to engage law enforcement in shootouts.
Moments, they don't that's the thing, like, and that's why I say like the thing with the West Indies, like, it's just sad that we're still not working together. We are not working together. They don't understand what is going on. They don't understand. Like in Jamaica, they should have been in Jamaica, like talking to people, doing like, these guys don't care about like results or anything like that. You go like I know they have the movie, the TV show called Criminal Minds. When you look on these, when you sit down and talk to these, I've talked to hundreds of these guys. When these guys leave their house in the night, they don't expect to go back home. Do you think capital punishment is going to be a deterrent for them? They already don't expect to go back home when they leave the house. When they go and when they say, me I got mash at work, and you see them, you know, come out and then boom your fist and them and say, yo, whatever, you know, if I saw whatever happen, like if I come back, you know, say, you know, it's like people going to war. You're going to war and you're telling your family that, look, like life insurance is here, this is here, that is there, I might not come back. This is how these young guys operate. So no matter how stringent the law is, it is too late. Proactive is the best way to go. Try and get the little one then before they get to this stage, because once they get to a certain stage, it is hard. It is very hard. So I don't know.
All right. So another answer we have, thank you, James, from Ivilo Lloyd Griffith, who is Senior Associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and a founding fellow of the Caribbean Policy Consortium. This person's comment. The state of emergency that President Christine Kangaloo declared on December 30 and which Parliament extended for 3 months on January 13 dramatically highlights 6 harsh realities facing the 1.5 million citizens of the Twin Island Republic. First, it dramatizes the deadly combination of gangs and weapons, which, among other things, has resulted in a crime spiral evidenced in the high human toll. From 577 reported murders in 2023 to 624 last year, with about 43% of the 2024 figure being gang-related. Second, it spotlights the destructive role of illegal firearms, most of which are sourced from the United States. This is, as reports from the Government Accountability Office and CSIS released last year reveal in relation to the Caribbean overall. Third, managing crime cannot be the sole responsibility of the security forces. A whole of society approach must be adopted, with key roles embraced by the private sector, civil society, religious institutions, and the media. Similarly, and fourth, the transnational aspects involved means that the capabilities of state and non-state factors beyond Trinidad and Tobago must be engaged substantively and consistently. Fifth, the state of emergency and the circumstances that precipitated it make it evident that the nation, with the distinction of giving the world the only acoustic musical instrument invented in the 20th century, the steel pan, is facing a condition that I call challenged sovereignty in a study with the same title. Finally, while the state of emergency might be necessary, it certainly is not sufficient to restore the desired individual and institutional safety and security in the nation. So I'm seeing a trend here so far with all the respondents, right? We're seeing here that they're talking about the illicit movement of weapons. Where are these weapons coming from? The United States of America. So, ports of entry, what are those? If it's a case where they're moving from South America across to Trinidad, because it's easy, it's a short distance, right? Do we have what you call them Coast Guard in that area to do interceptions? I will ask the question just as I posed it for Jamaica. At the ports of entry, be it the airport or the seaport, are the containers being thoroughly searched? Is due diligence in play? Because you recognize for years that there has been an issue as it relates to illicit weapons coming into the country. And the gangs can't operate without said weapons. Also, but let me read the next one before we do a rebuttal. Hold on a second, James. So Marla Ducaran, who is a Caribbean-based economist and advisor, said, organized crime is primarily fed by the illicit trade of substances, weapons, and humans. There has been a long-standing cross-border movement of all three, as well as fuel and endangered animals from Latin America through the Caribbean, mainly making their way to the global north. The payment for these commodities and humans then primarily moves back to Latin America. Governments from the region, including those of Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Barbados, have been known to work with gangs in their own countries, using taxpayer resources to do so. We are paying taxes to be terrorized in our own homes, and the state is part of the problem, channeling these funds to the gangs through various initiatives that have evidently failed. These governments need to be held accountable for spending that is obviously not yielding positive results. Caribbean governments that have clearly demonstrated over several years either an indisputable and embarrassing inability or a thinly veiled unwillingness to meaningfully address crime in their countries should have the decency to demit office for their failures. Second, the authorities in these countries should collectively agree to cede to the better equipped US, UK, or Interpol agencies and grant them the access necessary to remove criminal elements from our countries. For what is our so called sovereignty when we, the people, are unable to live safely in our own homes? The state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago gives special powers to a government already known for abusing its power. There will be no accountability whatsoever for the results or lack thereof of this intervention. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, in our region, like, do you know that, like, in the 70s and the 80s, we had more Navy than we have now? Like 30, 40 years later. And when you look at Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, with our armies, like, who are we fighting? What are we fighting with the army, right? Those same men and women, could have been, and the millions or billions of dollars that these countries spend on equipping an army that for countries that never fight a war in their existence. Why not equip the Navy? Like, because the soldiers can't do anything on the ground, right? Soldiers can't do police work. When you have the Zozo and those stuff, the soldiers are not allowed to arrest unless a police is there. Instead of having the Navy like fall apart, why not use those bodies, use those money and equip and train these people to be on the sea, buy vessels, and create. Well, we initially were supposed to have it, West Indies Navy force to monitor the entire Caribbean Sea. Why not do that instead of having people just walking around, going to whatever they train in Jamaica, training the ones in Trinidad, training Guyana, training, and they're not fighting any war. Like, we need, like, they could have been protecting the oceans right now, because the reality is that America is never going to stop making their weapon. Never. That's their money, and they're never going to stop doing it. So it's upon us now to protect the sea, because we know for years that a lot of these things come in on the ocean, but still nobody's on the ocean. There's 2025, we should have had like about 30 more vessels. We should have had like drone, like unmanned drone, like out in the ocean, like just surveilling like the entire ocean and stuff like that. But we have armies, and we're not fighting a war. So I don't know.
We make the assumption that these armies are corrupt. The fact of the matter is, a lot of these folks, they are in on it. They are in on it. And again, this is where capitalism and integrity and morality clash, because there are police officers, there are soldiers who have been paid and bribed to turn a blind eye. That is happening. We know it's happening. It makes no sense that we have all of these armed forces, these armed forces in Trinidad, and they can't fight not a lick of crime. Really? And when you put police chiefs and police commissioners in office who want to fight the crime, then politically it's not expedient for the ones who are benefiting financially, and so you put them out. You remove them from office. You know, we have AI. Why haven't we employed AI in helping with crime fighting and all of it? It makes no sense. And when it makes no sense, just follow the dollars.
Yeah, and you could see that being insinuated in the last person's response, the response that was given by Marla Dukaran, right? She said it without saying it. There is a connection. And that is why she said governments need to be held accountable.
I mean, listen, I know, I'm sorry, I'm cooking. I know some folks in government, and I know the way that our taxpayer dollars are sometimes wasted for the big boys to come and hang out and play golf in Tobago. Okay? People who have no business in Trinidad, ain't bringing no business to Trinidad, but because you know somebody who knows somebody, you go into Trinidad to golf on taxpayers' dollars, and we got crime happening. But that same taxpayer dollars that you paying to fly them, to house them, to feed them, to throw your fat for your boys. I know.
We'll reel it in right there. All right, James, one more comment and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, and you know I feel are the moments. Like I know that we can't eliminate corruption like 100%, but be responsible with your corrupt self. You know? And corruption is everywhere. Corruption is in Canada, America, like everywhere. Like some of the best run countries that we see, like a lot of corruption is there too. Why can't we in the Caribbean be corrupt without crime, without people losing their life? You know why? Like you don't have to take money to turn your eyes for illegal weapons to come into the Caribbean. You can just, you know, sell out to the Chinese like what you're doing already, or do other things to make money. But make sure it's not at the risk of taking, because the thing is, it is not responsible. It makes no sense because it's like you're running your ship into an iceberg and eventually it's going to sink and you're going to be on top of it. Because like the politicians in the Caribbean, their kids, their grandkids are going to have to live in the same country that they're allowing illegal weapons to come in. So eventually it's going to show up at their doorstep. They can't hide from it. So that's not responsible. Keep your money responsibly and, you know, leave the people left the weapons out of the country and because your gated community is not going to save you forever. So be responsible.
Yes. Thank you.
James, you're assuming that these folks even care about the generation that come after them. You know, I remember there was a story in the Bible I read where the man was like, listen, as long as you take care of me, God, I don't really care what go on with my sons. You know, I'll let my sons deal with the mess that is to come after. Unfortunately, some people don't really care what they leave behind. That's a sad thing. I don't understand it because it's not in my DNA, but there's a host of folks who don't care what they leave the country, what state they leave the country, as long as they get theirs right now. That's a bad thing.
Facts. Absolute facts. Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Thank you, James. All right, moving right along. So we just finished talking about the article out of Trinidad, courtesy of loopnews.com, where Beckles calls for consultation on proposed stand your ground laws. Time for us to go down in our coffee pot, our entertainment news segment in the Caribbean Corner. Vibes Cartel to be crowned King of the Dance Hall at Reggae Sumfest 2025. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Somebody check on Beanie for me there, please. And thank you. One of the biggest moments of this year's Reggae Sumfest will be the official coronation of dancehall icon Vibes Cartel as the new King of the Dance Hall. Promoters confirmed this at the festival's recent media launch. The announcement was made by Joseph Bogdanovich, who is CEO of Down Sound Entertainment, during the launch event at the Ibero Star Hotel in St. James. We're also crowning Vibes Cartel. That's a big deal, Bogdanovich told the Jamaica Observer. The symbolic crowning comes more than a decade after Beanie Man received the same honor at Reggae Sumfest in 2009, complete with robe and crown. But Bogdanovich suggested that it's time to pass the torch. Kings come and kings go. They can't be a king all the time, he said. The 32nd edition of Reggae Sumfest is set for July 13 to 19. And of course, this will be transforming Montego Bay into a cultural hotspot with 7 events spread across the week. The festival will culminate in 2 major concert nights at the Catherine Hall Entertainment Complex. The 2025 lineup boasts an eclectic mix of local and international stars, including Tony Braxton, Vibes Cartel, Taros Riley, Massacre, Protege, and Tommy Lee Sparta, among others. This year's festival promises to be nothing short of eclectic. From July 13th to the 19th, Montego Bay will once again become the heartbeat of the Caribbean. That's according to Bogdanovich. Culture and Entertainment Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange, in remarks read by the fellow Minister Homer Davis, praised Sumfest as a symbol of Jamaican pride and creativity, saying for decades, Reggae Sumfest has been just more than a music festival. It has been a celebration of our identity, a showcase of our talent, and the powerful reminder of the impact Jamaican music has had on the world. The director of tourism, Donovan White, echoed those sentiments, calling the festival our cultural North Star. It reflects the essence of our people, the pulse of our culture, and the spirit of our national identity. For countless visitors, it serves as the gateway to discovering Jamaica. The launch event also paid tribute to Robert Doxy Russell, co-founder of Reggae Sumfest, who passed away in December 2023 at the age of 76. Robert was more than a co-founder. He was a cultural visionary, a champion of Jamaican music, and a beloved figure whose legacy still guides this festival even today. Bogdanovich made the statement. Anybody here from Beanie? That's all me away. Me want to hear what going on with Beanie.
Beanie forever. Beanie forever.
But,
Vibes. Vibes. What?
but I don't know why Beanie would have a problem, because Beanie push out Yellow Man out there, we push him down, chip up him foot like long time. You know, like him push down Yellow Man, like, and him no him like when he pushed down Yellow Man, he wasn't half the superstar that Yellow Man was at the time. You know, so but the only thing I'm saying now is that this is going to be short-lived.
Come on, James. You know, for you a hater, what you have against? What vibes do you? You take your girl.
Moments. I have nothing about
Vibes.
vibes. I have nothing.
Your girl, man.
No, look. Vibes Cartel has been about almost 20 years. He's been around now. He's getting the crown at the end of his career, right? And there's a new star emerging, right? I don't know it's who. I don't know it's who. Maybe Alkaline or maybe Massacre or somebody else. But the thing is, if Vibes Cartel put up the same foolishness like Beanie Man, then you're going to see the hypocrisy. When the next 3 years or the next 4 years, when Massacre or Alkaline or whoever, you know, TG or somebody come to the crown, I hope him pass it over. Do you agree with that?
I just think you're filled with hatred.
No, it's not hatred.
You're filled with.
No, but don't you think
something? No, you have something against Vibes, because my gosh, make the man just come out of jail. The man sitting in a jail for a crime.
No, but him called himself 10 years ago. Him called himself 10 years ago. Him started calling himself king of the dancehall 10 years ago, right? Him take it from him pushed on Beanie Man, same way Beanie Man pushed on Yellow Man 10 years ago. Because remember, Beanie Man take the crown before him get the crown, you know, right? Beanie Man take the crown a long time before then crown him, I think. So the same thing with Vibes Cartel. is acknowledged like 10 years ago. This is not going to be a new crown film. At 10 years now, he might call himself the king, and most of the people agree with him saying the king 10 years ago. So all I'm saying is that Vybz Kartel is about 51 now. Vybz Kartel now put out no more hit song. There's no more Ramping Shop coming. There's no more Clarks coming. Me can tell you that. After 20 years in the business, you cannot put out another song like Ramping Shop or Clarks. So all I'm saying is when TJ come or when somebody else come for the crown, do unto others as you'd like to be done unto you. Make sure you hand over the crown and don't make them have to fight it like, oh, you have to fight Beanie Man. That's all I'm saying. Take it and enjoy it for the 2 or 3 years.
James, you're light skinned for a reason. You're light skinned for a reason. You're full of hate, man. What am I tell you? Can't see right through your James. Anyway, don't worry yourself, your Vybz. Take your crown and wear it as long as you can. James forgets you did lock up for 10 years and now your boss feel like a big matey kite and you got the thing. You got to show James why you deserve to wear the crown.
Yeah, but him lock up, he was a king while him in a prison too. So I don't like him just get it. He was a king in the prison. So all I'm saying, I'm not saying him not deserve it moments. I'm saying that Beanie Man, look, Beanie Man, as me say, Beanie Man push down Yellow Man, chip up him foot and take it away. Yellow Man never ready for get up yet, but Beanie Man take it. And no, Beanie Man don't want to get up. Beanie Man a fight to dead feet. I say, Beanie Man a bring all these rules. Oh, me get like 15 Jammies award, me get this, me get that, and so on. So all I'm saying is that I hope when somebody else come and deserve it, him can just hand it over to them and say, okay, take it at your time now. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me keep it moving. Me and you now go agree, but we're gonna agree to disagree. Watch out. I would the one Mr. President can talk about, but James has a point though. Mr. President.
So moments, you want him to keep it forever? No, answer me. The same way you want him to take it from Beanie Man. You want him to keep it forever?
No, I know it's not going to be a forever thing. It's
okay,
not,
so
that's all. No, man.
That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, green-eyed girl. Thank you. All right, next up. You're gonna like this one, but hold on. Let's listen to the article carefully. So according to loopnews.com, we're still in our coffee pot, our entertainment news segment out of the Caribbean Corner. If you purchased a ticket for the Vybz Kartel concert last weekend from Island E-Tickets, then you're subject to receive a refund from the company. Listen, it says from the company. In a major release on Monday afternoon, Island E-Tickets noted that its top priority is protecting the interests of its customers. And after it conducted a thorough review of the One Caribbean Music Festival, it was confirmed that 3 of the headline performers who were advertised to appear did not perform. The release said, "We have conducted a thorough review of the One Caribbean Music Festival and can now confirm that 3 of the headline performers who were advertised to appear did not perform. As the ticketing platform for this event, we are deeply disappointed that the experience delivered did not match what was promoted to the public." It added, "In line with our merchant service agreement and internal policies, we have determined that the differences between the advertised event and what occurred are significant. Accordingly, Island E-Tickets will be issuing full refunds to all patrons who purchased tickets through our platform." The company noted that refunds will be processed automatically to the original payment method over the next 5 to 7 business days. If you do not see the funds reflected by June 17, 2025, please contact the support team at admin@islandetickets.com with your order number for assistance. Loop News understands that other merchants, including Frontline Ticketing, also have policies in place. Thank you, Green-Eyed Girl. Thank you for blessing the panel. So, James, it said It didn't say vibes. So we still are waiting for hear how the vibes thing I go. We don't know if vibes is going to be refunding any part of his payout. We don't know. We can't say. Yeah, so I know Molly was supposed to perform. She didn't. Who was the third person? Not sure.
Sizzler never performed either.
Sizzler Kalanje. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the promoter 100% is to be blamed. So we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is though, like I'm interested in the investigation because it's on festive.
Why are you interested, Jens? Why you
No,
interested?
because it's on. See, my prime minister get global leader of the year, Caribbean leader of the year. She do her thing, right? Yeah, so she go start launching. No,
so hold on, you got your citizenship for
Jim just like Millie.
he love mix up blender.
No, but if you I'm not sure if you read through the entire article. About the $900 million. You see that part there? Okay, so that's why I said what I said yesterday, the 900 million. So an investigation is going to happen, and we just want to see what's going on. The Prime Minister said she'll go work, and she'll work. So, yeah, she'll work, and like I'm here to cheer her on. One of the things that I like with one of the things that we kind of had wrong, we thinking that women leaders are not going to be, like they're going to be soft and whatever, and turn blind eye to stuff. And we have seen, of all the world leaders that we have seen that are women, them seem to go harder than the man them not turn them blind eye to corruption and stuff like that. And she sounds serious about everything that she put out so far, even though I disagree with two of the things that we spoke about earlier. Like, I'm very interested in all of the other things that she said she's going to do. And this is one of the things I'm interested in because, yeah, corruption is a big part of what's happening in Trinidad now, right? So if she can do something, then, all glory to her.
All glory to her.
Yes, we welcome anybody that corruption and make things better. But on the street, they're saying a lot of it is rum talk. So I don't know.
The streets are talking.
You should say it's rum talk.
Yeah, you have to say the rum thing. Remember, she come out and said that they say me drink rum, but me not drunk. You're gonna leave my prime minister alone, me and Motley might get dumb fear right now, so you're gonna leave my prime minister.
You really are gonna jump shit.
Don't move so fast.
You really
Careful,
jump
James.
shit. So you're like
You might not falling in the water when you think you jumping ship.
You're like the Douglas. Okay.
Wait, they're talking about this camera. What are you talking about?
Yeah, she was talking about this.
The queen of corruption.
James, Dr. Leslie attacked you.
James. You talking about Kamala, the queen of corruption?
She's responsible. Don't get it twisted. Very responsible.
The one who put back in power to serve Annie Roberts, who is a big old thief and never held him accountable. That Kamala you talking about? You've got to be kidding me. That was a disgraceful time in leadership for us, man. At least if you're gonna be the first female, man, walk with integrity.
James.
Walk with integrity. She's a drunk. Straight up rum talk.
Ooh. When you wrong, make you feel like it's a big guy.
James on the back foot. James on the rope right now.
She went to University of the West Indies. No University of the West Indies alumni would never do such thing.
I don't care where she went. She must have went there. She must have been in it, but it is not in her. The integrity of the University of West Indies is not in her. You understand?
Party hard like you with people. What you talk about, James? You don't know you people. You don't know you people. Who party harder than them? That's song you want to order and graduate. Anyway,
The most alcohol you drink in my life is a Yui.
tell me, I know. They're party hard. Yeah, play with them. All right, next up, our final story out of the Caribbean corner. 19 minutes after the top of the hour. City of Miami to host the first annual Taste of Carnaval. It's a street festival that will be happening in Little Haiti. According to Caribbean National Weekly.com, the City of Miami, in partnership with Chairwoman and District 5 Commissioner Christine King, is set to launch the inaugural Taste of Carnival, a vibrant street festival celebrating the city's diverse Caribbean and Latin American heritage. Taking over Northeast 2nd Avenue between 55th Street and 62nd Street in Little Haiti on Sunday, June 8th, that is this weekend, from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The free, yes, folks, F-R-E-E, you know we love anything one name, free. The free family-friendly event promises a full day of live music, cultural showcases, international cuisine, artisan vendors, and community celebration. From Haitian music and Jamaican dance hall to Brazilian beats and Guyanese traditions, Taste of Carnival aims to spotlight the rich cultural mosaic that makes Miami unique. Chairwoman Christine King said, Miami is home to so many beautiful cultures, and this event is a tribute to all of them. Taste of Carnival is a love letter to the rhythms, flavors, and soul of our communities. The festival lineup includes internationally acclaimed soca stars Nigel Lewis and Motto, Jamaican reggae fusion artist Gyptian, and Miami's own Afro-Latina powerhouse, Amara La Negra. Haitian Pride will be in full effect with performances by DJ Tony Mix, Andy Beats, Kuje, and Creola. Popular local personalities Super Cindy and Papa Keith will host the event, with DJ Sizway C spinning tunes that celebrate the global diaspora. Attendees, you are encouraged, if you're going, to bring your flags and your love for culture to this high energy event. Whether you come for the food, the music, or the sense of community, Taste of Carnival offers a uniquely Miami celebration, bold, colorful, and full of heart. All right. So that's something to do here in sunny South Florida if the rain holds up over the weekend. Go out and indulge in the Taste of Carnival. Have fun. So again, it's happening Saturday, June the 8th. The admission is free. You more than likely will have to pay for parking, right? Yeah. Plan for walk with about a $60 for parking. Let's put it that way. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The address is 6200 Northeast 2nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33138. They will be blocking off from 54th Street to 62nd Street. All right, folks? All right, there we go. And that article closes out our Caribbean Corner segment. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm saving up my summer party for the Trinidad. We have Taste of Trinidad that I went to last year, and I never know see so Trinidad people them fun. Like Jamaica now, nothing pa. Like the party, like Trinidad people party with a smile.
I don't think Jamaicans can fet as hard as Trinis. That's the truth. I'm gonna be honest.
No, trust me, it was amazing. Like, and what I like about, because I went to both events last year. I went to the Little Jamaica Festival, and the Little Jamaica Festival was all about Jamaica. But when I went to the Trinidad, they have like Guyana, they have like Barbados, they have every island at a booth, and they party like there's no tomorrow. It was good.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we can't. I don't think we can drink like the Trinidad, and I don't think we can fet like the Trinidad. It is what it is, Jamaica. No. I mean, I don't think they can pull off the level of what you call it. No, for a thing up there in terms of presentation. I don't think they can match us with that. But when you talk about party hard, not try
What
keep up with them. Don't
what I
you?
like is that they party with a smile. Like Jamaicans party like them are gonna hurt somebody. Them party aggressive like with them face screw up.
Because we're dance hall. Dance hall is an aggressive. You
Yeah,
know the
but when
carnival thing?
party like when you see a Jamaican girl at wine, it look like she hurt somebody. Like her face does like
The
But the
face goes
Trini,
up.
the Trini them like smile and them accent, the nice party accent and stuff like. Yeah, I love it. It's good.
By the way, when I have in Caribana this year,
Hopefully them take our money and get the pride.
Not if they become the 54th state. We'd have none of that.
they take our money and get the pride. So we might have to have a.
who used to fund Caribana? Who was funding Caribana all these years up there in Canada?
Well, one of the bank is a major sponsor, but the government pump a lot of money into it. But what happened this year now, because of Trump, a lot of private sponsors drop out of pride. So the government take money from some of the other event them are pushing a pride. So I don't know, we might have to get a smaller sound or more skimpier costume. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, James. That was our entertainment news out of the Caribbean corner. Next up, Las Noticias. So, in the Dominican Republic, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Dominicans who lost family members in the April nightclub disaster that claimed 234 lives will receive emergency payments of about $500 per month for 6 months. That's according to the government in a statement that was made in Santo Domingo on Monday. The roof of the Jet Set Club came crashing down in the early hours of April 8 on hundreds of people attending the club, where merengue star Ruby Perez had been performing. It is referred to as the Caribbean nation's worst disaster in decades. Perez, 69, was among the victims, along with 2 retired Major League Baseball players and a provincial governor. All right. But the investigation is ongoing. All right. All right. So something better than nothing. Next up, aiming a blow at narcos. Colombia pays farmers to uproot coca. This one comes to us courtesy of Al Jazeera News. As the AIN production, and I cannot say the word because they will flag me, the AIN production reaches an unprecedented high. Colombia's government is, what is? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Something popped up on my screen. Colombia's government is trialing a more peaceful remedy to its enduring narcotics crisis, offering payments to farmers to uproot the coca crops. And that's the primary ingredient that's used in the illicit substance. So there have been beneficiaries. A decade ago, they planted their fields with coca, staking their livelihoods on the persistent demand from criminal gangs. Now, the Caicedos are digging up those same crops, uncertain of what the future holds. They are joined by about 4,000 other Colombian families who have entered into agreements with the government to replace coca with cocoa and coffee. The initiative forms part of a $14.4 million effort aimed at reducing the supply of a substance blamed for inflicting immeasurable misery on the country. Colombia's rural communities are often coerced by armed gangs or armed groups into cultivating coca, with forests cleared to make way for the illicit crop. All right, so at least they're, looking to replace it. Yes. At least they're looking to replace it with something so that the farmers are not going to be losing out, right? So good move on your part, Colombia. It's a start. We know that Colombia has a history, and we know what that history is and what it's known for. So let's see how things will move forward. Next up, Brazil. Brazil's Lula signs law to expand affirmative action, and by doing so, they have boosted the quotas for Blacks in government jobs. Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva on Tuesday signed a new law to expand the country's affirmative action policies, increasing the quota for government jobs reserved for Blacks from 20 to 30%, and adding indigenous people and descendants of Afro-Brazilian enslaved people as beneficiaries. Story courtesy of apnews.com. The changes apply to candidates applying for permanent and public employment positions across Brazil's federal administration, agencies, public foundations, public companies, and state-run mixed capital companies. As approved by Congress, the quota will be revised in 2035. Yedre, DEI in Brazil. To think that Brazil is 75 Afro. Come on, Brazil. And then 75% of your population is of African descent, yet you hold on a second. What is this? Hold on 1 second, folks. One quick second. This not making any sense. Hold on 1 quick second. Okay. All right, so I need to reach out there. All right, so yeah, the 75% Afro-Latino population, and you're only going to be opening up 30% of government jobs to them. Interesting. Yes, and for those of you who don't know,
I think it's a good move, to tell you the truth. It was at 25. The thing is, although the vast majority, the minority white population and so, or the black population is bigger, they don't have these jobs. They don't have access to it. So if you increase it from 25 to 30% as a mandatory, doesn't mean it can't be more than that. This is just a mandatory quota. All right? I think it's a move in the right direction. As a matter of fact, the fact that you're bringing it to the forefront, I think is good, because oftentimes you look at Brazil and you don't realize those kind of quotas and those things happen. If you open it up freely, right, they still don't get the jobs. So you're trying to put a quota to try to grandfather them in. That's how I see it. I'm not sure.
in Brazil, that is 75% Afro of African descent. In 2025, we have to put in protections for them as well as the indigenous of the country. And for those of you who don't know, they speak Portuguese. They were, Spain was there first, and then the Portuguese came in from Portugal and took over. And that is why they speak Portuguese. But
it's the same thing in South Africa. South Africa probably don't have the quota, but look at the percentage.
Yeah, I think 2025 with this type of DEI or affirmative action thing, I don't think the history that we have of it so far has shown that it works, because I believe that the real thing to do is to find out why most of the countries in Africa, like, even though they are like mostly like black populated, why are the majority of the wealth not with black people? So I think that is the real problem, like, because the DEI will be like a temporary fix, and that can be disrupted by a change in political party, which is not good, because now you see what's happening in America with Donald Trump insists on getting rid of a lot of African Americans out of government jobs. So it is to empower the people enough in those spaces that they can empower each other. So that's a problem. Why is it after so much decades that even though you're 75% of the population, you're not in those seats? you're not controlling like even half of the wealth. You know, even half of the wealth would be more understandable or reasonable, but 75% and you're going to need DEI protection. Yeah, no, I think they have to get to the root of the problem. That is like a band-aid thing that is good for now, but they have to get to the root.
A shame. Such a shame. Really a shame. But okay. Time for stories out of North America. 3 missing sisters found dead, father wanted for murders. This article courtesy of KXLY and WSVN.com. 3 young girls were reported missing from Washington, have been found unalived, and their father is suspected of their murders. According to the Wenatchee Police Department, 9-year-old Peyton Decker, 8-year-old Evelyn Decker, and 5-year-old Olivia Decker were found dead near the Rock Island campground west of Leavenworth on Monday. The father, 32-year-old Travis Decker, is still missing and wanted for first-degree murder and kidnapping charges. The girls were last seen in Wenatchee on Friday, May 30, with Travis for a scheduled visitation. They were reported missing later that evening by their mother. A missing person alert was issued on Saturday by Washington State Patrol. When the 3 girls went missing, Decker was believed to be living out of a white 2017 GMC Sierra pickup truck with Washington license plate D20165C. The pickup was found unoccupied near the campground where the girls' bodies were discovered. Decker is 5 feet 8 inches tall, 190 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing a light-colored shirt and dark shorts. Wenatchee police says it is unknown if Decker is armed, but he is a military veteran with extensive training. Anyone with information is asked to call 911. That is so sad. 3 children all gone. Next up, Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon expects changes to Trump's spending bill. Now, I need all the Republican representatives to come to the front of the room. I have a question for all of you. Do y'all know how to read? All of you know how to read? Just asking. Does anyone in the Republican Party know how to read? Did your parents buy any of you hooked on phonics? Did any of you watch Sesame Street? Did any of you watch PBS? Just asking. I have to ask. And I'm not trying to be facetious. Really, I'm not trying. Well, yeah, I am trying not to be facetious. I am trying. Because
you say in full transparency you didn't know that this was in there, and now you're shining a light on it. How did you not know that it was in there, and how'd you find out about it?
We don't get the full bill text until very close to the time to vote for it. And so that was one section, that was 2 pages that I didn't see. And I'm being very transparent and honest about it with everyone, but I find it so problematic that I'm willing to come forward and admit that those are 2 pages that I didn't read, because I never want to see a situation where state rights are stripped away. And that's exactly what it says in that bill text, that it would take away states' rights to regulate or make laws against AI for 10 years. And I think that's pretty terrifying. We don't know what AI is going to be capable of within 1 year. We don't know what it will be capable of in 5 years, let alone 10 years. And I think we have to protect states' rights to be able to regulate and make laws that they need to make for their states.
So you didn't read the bill, but you agreed to the bill. 2 pages. How long was it going to take you to read 2 pages, Marjorie Taylor Greene? How long? How long was it going to take you to read the 2 pages and or have an aide read it for you while you probably multitask. I don't know, while you got your hair bleach blonde some more. I don't know. And she's not the only one. There are others who did not read. Now, when we fail in our roles within corporate America, we're penalized, aren't we? What are the repercussions for their failures? None. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing happens to them. They get to get their daily stipends for meals every day. They continue to enjoy the privileges that are afforded them by taxpayers' money. I mean, if you're not going to do it for the rest of us who didn't vote for y'all, at least do it for those who voted for you. You owe them that much. You owe them that to look out for their best interest.
Grants that you have canceled that you are unaware of in Oregon, you will restore those 5 grants?
We've not canceled, we're not continuing those grants.
So if you discover that you have actually canceled grants that were already awarded, you will undo those cancellations?
I would like to get back to you on that. I do not believe we've canceled any grants. We're not continuing, but we will rebid them.
Well, you'll rebid them, meaning you're canceling them, but you'll rebid them.
We are not continuing them. We haven't canceled them.
Okay, well,
We are continuing.
Well, I've got 5 schools that have received letters from you or your department saying their grants, their mental health grants have been canceled. They worked very hard to apply for those
Canceled
grants.
or not continued.
That they've been canceled, the grants that they have received for their program.
And I will look into that and get back to you.
Obviously, when you get a grant, it's for work you're doing from here forward. So if not continuing means as of today, we're not funding it, then you canceled the grant.
No, you can rebid the grant, you can recompete the grant, and you can have different.
Is that what you're doing?
aspects of it.
You said the grants you got, we're ending them and we're taking them back, but we're going to
I said we are not continuing them after this year. We will have a rebidding process to relook at those grants.
Well, I
to do it
strongly
responsibly.
encourage you to understand how the changes you're making are hurting ordinary kids across this country who may have aspirations, and those aspirations may not all require going to college, but many of those aspirations can be well served by higher education, and you shouldn't be putting obstacles in their path.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, if you look, what we're doing has not worked.
All right.
So we're continuing to throw money at things that are not being successful. So we are trying to look appropriately at all of our grants and how the Department of Education is operating.
Madam Chair, I'll just say those programs have been successful. If you'd taken the very effort to read the evaluations of the TRIO programs, you wouldn't be here making that argument today.
All right.
So we have someone leading education who doesn't read. You look into it. When? When? I don't know. Interesting times. That's all. Oh, by the way, y'all heard about the unaliving that happened here? The person was on the first flight that came from SA and landed, and he unalived his. Oh, another flight landed last week, Friday, or was it the week before, by the way? But anyway, the first batch of essays, the essay. I don't even know. I was so scared to even call their names for the fair that I get banned again talking about them. But you remember that first flight that came from SA because they're being unalived. And the one that left his mom there because it was so serious, all right? He couldn't even wait for his mama. But anyway, the one that unalived his wife here, y'all heard about that one? But these are fine people.
Yep. One of the good whites that Trump brought from South Africa has already murdered his wife. His name is Alexander Town. He's one of the so-called immigrants running away from genocide in South Africa. One of the so-called white farmers that was brought to America. He choked his wife. He strangled her to death. Do you know how much you have to hate someone? Do you know how much evil has to be in you to strangle, to choke someone and hold them in that position till the life drains out of them? But yeah, that's the news. One of the white immigrants that Trump brought from South Africa has killed his wife.
And that was from 5 days ago, by the way. Yeah, it's all over. So did he wait to get her to do it because he thinks he's going to get pardoned? Eligible for deportation? Dre, deport to where, Dre? Where deport to where? Deport to where? Deport to where? Deport to where? So it's one of two things. He waited until he got here to do it because he feels he may get pardoned because of what he looks like. Or two, even if he is held accountable for the act, he'll be in more comfortable confinement. He'd rather do time here than do it in SA. I mean, what else can I think? But anyway, as we're talking about qualifications.
We have some huge news right now. A weather forecaster called out the cuts to the National Weather Service on air, saying that he may not be able to accurately predict hurricane season this year because of the cuts. This was a stunning moment. The forecaster is from Florida, and he said, over my 34 years confidently, I went on TV and told you the storm will turn. I'm not sure I can do that this year because of the cuts and the attack on science. Central and South Florida National Weather Service offices are currently 20 to 40% understaffed. There's a chance that NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft will not be able to fly this year. With less recognizance, we may be flying blind and not know how strong a hurricane is before it reaches the coastline. Folks, this is a major warning. This is a scary warning. And as someone who grew up in South Florida, I'll be the first to tell you that we need weather forecasters to be able to predict when and where hurricanes are going to hit so that we can prepare and get out of harm's way.
Aaron, no, that's not how we're going to do it anymore. We're going to go outside. We're going to pay attention to the color of the sky. It does get to a ghastly orange, I will tell you that. The winds do feel a little different. We'll have to pay attention to the birds. When they disappear, it's time for us to go. If you don't hear any birds, get out. Go by the seashore, and see how the waves, are moving. So someone may want to go out in a boat and see if there's any fish, because they too are going to be leaving. So we are going to have to rely on nature heavily to determine if we're going to have a hurricane, yes or no. All right. So that's it for Florida. Okay, folks, my Floridians. And I would encourage those of you who live in the Panhandle, where, the Gulf of Mexico meets the shoreline. You may want to learn how to know if a hurricane is coming. Get in touch with nature. Please, I beg. Smell the air. Look at the weight of the clouds. See how they're moving. Look at the sun too. Look if there's a circle around the sun. And if the sky turns orange, that should give you about 12 to 18 hours to get out. Is that good enough? Y'all got that? Texas, you got that? Louisiana, got that? Georgia, got that?
We have breaking news right now. According to The Guardian, ICE officials have been ordered to arrest more people even without proper arrest warrants. They've been told to get creative with arrests, including of undocumented people encountered by chance. This is a major heads up. ICE agents are now not only going to be arresting those with active criminal warrants, they're going to be arresting anyone who may incidentally be caught up in an ICE raid as well and may be undocumented. According to The Guardian, senior immigration officials have told rank and file agents to, quote, turn the creative knob up to 11 when it comes to ICE enforcement activities, to interviewing and arresting what they're calling potentially collaterals, to, quote, push the envelope with the tactics that they are using. Quote, if it involves handcuffs on wrists, it's probably worth pursuing, one of the messages reviewed by The Guardian says. Be aware that immigration enforcement activities are ramping up, especially.
So one of the directives is to go to Home Depot and go to 7-Eleven. It's funny that you're sending them to Home Depot, the same Home Depot that you would go to get folks to come and do some work around your house for you. Now you're sending them to the Home Depot parking lots. You're sending them to the 7-Eleven parking lots for people who do days work, right? So you can find them there to come do some yard work for you, to do some odd jobs around your yard, in your home, and they work. What I still don't understand is, where are the hardened criminals that we were going after? Because it seems as though they're going after hard-working people. Did we miss something in the memo? Did they make a mistake? And if so, it was an erroneous mistake. Should the memo have read, we are going after hard-working undocumented immigrants who pay almost $100 billion in taxes? Because, you know, how many of the number of folks that have been rounded up are hardened criminals? I'd like to see the stats on that. I'd love to see the stats. Get creative.
I mean, it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adesoji.
I mean, it's nice that you gave the government the benefit of the doubt. Was it not the same government that was promising you a cut in 3 trillion?
It looks like.
Sorry, go
That
ahead.
was going to save you 3 trillion in government expenditure. Then goes and give tax cuts to his rich buddies. And now, in order to distract you guys, sending out ICE to go and man, sheesh. Yeesh. The United States, right?
It's funny you said that, because I have another clip. Interesting. He must have been reading my iPad. Let's go.
Said, your tips will be 100% yours. Does this tax bill continue the payroll tax on people's tips?
Yes, it does, Mr.
Overtime. The president said your overtime will be tax-free. Does this bill continue the payroll tax on overtime?
It does not exempt overtime from the payroll tax.
The president said he's going to remove taxes on Social Security. Does this bill remove taxes on Social Security benefits?
The legislation provides an increased exemption amount.
But does it remove taxes on Social Security benefits as promised by the president?
Does not change.
The president said your tips will be 100% yours. Does this tax bill continue the payroll tax on people's tips?
Yes, it does, Mr.
Overtime. The president said your overtime will be tax-free. Does this bill continue the payroll tax on overtime?
It does not exempt overtime from the payroll tax.
The president said he's going to remove taxes on Social Security. Does this bill remove taxes on Social Security benefits?
The legislation provides an increased exemption amount.
But does it remove taxes on Social Security benefits as promised by the president?
Does not change.
The president said your tips will be 100% yours.
I want to know from you, before you cut that much staff, did you conduct any analysis to assess whether or not it would degrade support and services for students in our schools, or how the department would still be able to execute the law after losing so many employees?
Certainly. Excuse me. Good morning. Thank you for that. Yes, we did talk to the department itself.
But did you do an actual analysis?
OCR. What we looked at across was how can we restructure the department so that we can maximize the use of the people who are there. So what we did was in like training manuals and things of that nature to look at it and say, okay, we can better operate if we focus on.
So this was a conversation. You didn't do an actual analysis to determine what the effects of this would be?
No.
So no study was done. They were just fired and you assumed that it would work. I want to know from you, before you cut that much staff.
This is not the WWE lady. This is not the WWE. And even in the WWE, there is organization. The production is on point. You rely on numbers. You need the stats to determine the next move. You need the stats to determine if you are airing on the right nights on whatever channel it is that the WWE is aired on. But you didn't think you should do that for the Department of Education? Adesoji, I don't appreciate you laughing at us right now.
No, when you said numbers, that was why I laughed. Because she doesn't even know what makes up $1 billion.
Anybody? Anybody up there qualified? Anybody?
The woman runs the education department.
Oh, but you know, incompetence is our thing. We absolutely love incompetence. Hold on, hold your horses. The job is to dismantle. That doesn't need stats and data. Okay. Thank you for that, Ozzy.
He had this to say about Honda.
With Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Except one problem. Honda had to put out a statement saying this, quote, while Honda did not announce plans for a new plant in the U.S. at this time, we have invested over $3 billion in advanced vehicle manufacturing in America in just the past 3 years, with a cumulative total of $24 billion. Yeah, the last 3 years when President Biden was in office. Donald Trump is tanking the economy, and he's trying to make up lies about what's not happening in America to try to cover his tracks. Good on Honda to call him out, to come out and say this isn't happening. What he's saying is flat out not true. And why shouldn't they? Why should the people of Indiana get excited about something that's not going to happen? Good job. Honda just called out Donald Trump for lying about them building a new plant. And they also credited President Biden for their recent investments. Now, if you remember, during Donald Trump's joint address to Congress, he had this to say about Honda.
With Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Except one problem.
No, our president lied. No, that's very uncharacteristic.
What can I say?
He must have misspoke.
What can I say? What can I say? Oh, in other news.
We're hopeful that the federal government provides the funding that it said it would provide to all of these World Cup cities. Canada cities have their money, Mexico cities have their money, and American cities are waiting till August, September to be able to know what amount we will receive. Atlanta has the second highest most games, so we're hoping that we get an adequate amount of funding to support this. If not, we'll still do a good job, but we love to be supported and not have to put cash out of our pockets. We're hopeful that the federal government
I thought that was all worked out already. I thought the budget was already big.
Yeah, yes, it is. But then the government still has to release said funds. So the government released some funds. FIFA will top up the funds based on the usual arrangements. But the hosting federal government has to, pour into the states where that has been designated as venues. Unfortunately, that would have been the best World Cup ever. That we could have traveled Canada, Mexico, United States. But with that dark spot in the middle, nah. Sorry.
I'm waiting for FIFA to say we're not doing it in the US. Honestly, I see that coming down the pipeline.
No, but because you've got 3 countries hosting, it will be hard pressed to take it away from one. They can't take it away from one.
Well, them can't take it away.
Unfortunately, it's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity.
So we're gonna have empty stadiums with who playing?
I mean, people will watch it, but the kind of atmosphere that will have been engendered in the United States with the kind of fervent football fans. Okay, you guys call it soccer, but on the football fans would have been a carnival, would have been a party event. I mean, you could have.
Hold on 1 second. So, do you want to say thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime, and everyone listening on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Here we have come to the end of the internet radio live stream for you. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another episode of Coffee in Tow. We continue on janoradio.com, YouTube, and on TikTok. Thank you so much, Adesoji. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so it will have been a very. I mean, the last time the US hosted the World Cup, when was it? What World Cup did you host? Hold on. You hosted one fairly recently. I think it was before Brazil. Was it? Was it before Brazil? But I know you hosted one fairly recently. So it will have been a very, very... No, it was the Olympics. It was the Olympics. So it will have been a very, very good opportunity for the United States to... Oh, the last World Cup you hosted was 1994. Yeah, 1994. Sorry, that's been a while, man. Yeah, 1994. 1994, then the Olympics, 1996. Yeah, it would have been a very lovely opportunity to grow the game there. And then, obviously, with that, with your new president-in-chief, that's not looking likely. I think people are people are already avoiding it, but it's going to be much more prominent in terms of the fact that when the World Cup comes around, the host country gets heavy air travel into its space and to the countries around. Like in Russia, when Russia hosted, it wasn't just Russia that benefited, even Ukraine benefited. So now the world has been turned on its head. And I'm sorry.
You mentioned Ukraine. You know that just popped into my head. Did you see the thing where Trump? It's a meme. I think it's a meme. Trump said to Zelensky, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to bomb those nuclear capable bombers?" And Zelensky's response to Trump was, "If I wanted to let Putin know, I would have told him myself." Did you see that one?
Ouch. No, I didn't see it, but then I get the point he's trying to make. Like, hey, you'll have gone to tell daddy. But, again, it goes, I mean, the guy has lost respect. With the matter of the stuff happening in the Middle East, that's another ball. I mean, it's not going to be a pleasant tournament.
Not cute at all.
We could come to Canada and wave to you guys from our customer.
Got one more for you in our TikTok talk before I go back to the article from NPR. All right, so hang tight.
And the worst thing about it, out of all of these arguments, we have a member within this body that has been investigated for child sex crimes. And everyone can sit with him like there's no issues and never have any trouble. But yet, whenever it comes to doing something like this, everything wants to turn into politics. And I'm sick and tired of it. Everyone can do what they want to. But what I will do is what I believe is one of the best budgets that we have passed since I've been in office that accomplishes a lot. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely. And I'm willing to work to do more. But we have to be in those seats, in those rooms, so to say, in order to get these things done. And this is far better. Like I said, 4 years ago, whenever I was looking at running, if I can compare that budget to this budget, I will take this one all day, every day. And the worst thing about
budget, what budget is he talking about? The one the United States just passed? The same one where you had where there was an entry put in there for some reason. MTG missed it, and like all our bodies, the fact that you cannot regulate AI for 10 years.
Because she didn't read the 2 pages. So she wasn't even aware of what she was voting on because she didn't read the 2 pages. And then she wants to make the lame excuse that they don't get it until some short time before.
That's why you have assistants.
Thank you.
You divide it in between them, ask them to read, underline, flag, let's discuss, and then you bring it to the floor. That's it.
But let's see, because this next article, Adesoji, Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon expects changes to Trump's spending bill. So let us see what this soundbite, if it says anything at all. All right, let's see.
Of a Republican budget bill. Senators are considering a measure that's already passed the House. It includes tax cuts and Medicaid cuts and other spending cuts, although on the whole it adds even more federal borrowing than would already be the case. Republicans hope to pass this bill through a process that lets them avoid a filibuster, which means that if nearly all of them stick together enough for a simple majority, they can all but ignore the Democrats, if they stick together. As part of our coverage, we've called one of the Democrats, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. Senator, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Good to be with you.
Do you see any chance for your party to shape or influence some of the parts of this bill you don't like?
Well, we certainly do have an opportunity because the rules in the Senate do not allow many of the provisions that are in the House bill. And many of our Senate colleagues across the aisle, many of our Republican colleagues are uncomfortable with some of the harm that this bill will do to ordinary American families.
Such as what?
Well, millions of children will go hungry in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, and some 14 million Americans will lose health care coverage to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And so in short, it's families lose and billionaires win, which is the opposite of what President Trump campaigned on.
Now, you just said 14 million Americans will lose health coverage. Republicans have said, listen, we're just going to make Medicaid more efficient. We're not going to harm coverage. Can you cite your source on the 14 million people losing coverage?
Yes, that's the Congressional Budget Office. And part of the reconciliation process was established at the same time that the Congressional Budget Office was created to have honest numbers so that we wouldn't be fooling ourselves or fooling the American people.
Okay, Congressional Budget Office, this is supposed to be a nonpartisan estimate on what budget measures would do. Now, you mentioned the process by which this is being done. It's supposed to be about numbers, money, budget measures. If it's limited to that, you can pass it with a simple majority and without a filibuster. But there are some other provisions in here, such as one that would severely limit judges. It would limit the sort of restraining orders that judges have used to block alleged illegal acts by the Trump administration. Do you think that provision is likely to stay in the final bill?
We think it's very likely it will come out. We have this procedure that we affectionately refer to as the bird bath after Robert Byrd, who helped establish these rules. And it basically says something that's primarily policy and not about raising money or spending money on programs cannot be in the bill. So we will challenge it. And we anticipate that parliamentarians will agree with us and the Republicans will say, okay, we'll take it out, unless they decide to go with a nuclear option and just run over the top of the process.
Which Republicans have done a little bit of. There's also a provision in here that would ban states from regulating artificial intelligence for a decade. Do you think that's likely to stay in?
I think that's likely to come out as well. And we see that when Democrats have used reconciliation, the reverse has occurred. For example, we had wanted to cap insulin at $35 a month for all Americans, regardless of whether on Medicare, Medicaid, regular insurance. And Republicans challenged it, and we had to strip it out of our reconciliation bill.
Okay. One other thing I want to ask about, it appears, based on the numbers that I have seen, that even though there are spending cuts in this bill, there's so many tax cuts as well and other things that it would actually increase the federal deficit, which means we collectively borrow more. People are concerned about the federal debt, the amount that we borrow. We're going to borrow more under this bill. But do Democrats have anything they can put on the table that would reduce the deficit, that would reduce the amount of federal borrowing?
Oh, absolutely. And that's to cut the tax breaks that go to the very richest Americans. The bill is written such that the top 10% in America will get about $90,000 a year in an increased income, and the bottom 20% will get about $90. It's $90,000 for the rich per year, $90 for struggling families. So let's strip out those tax breaks for billionaires. It would save a tremendous amount of money.
President Trump said he favored tax hikes for the wealthy, but there are none in this bill as it's currently drafted. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Anyone? Okay.
That's the question that should be raised repeatedly. 90,000 for the richest, $90 for you. Do you vote for that?
Imagine. Oh, absolutely. And that's to cut the tax breaks that go to the very richest Americans. The bill is written such that the top 10% in America will get about $90,000 a year in increased income, and the bottom 20% will get $90. So $90,000 additional dollars for the rich per year, and struggling families, you hit the jackpot. You hit the lotto with $90 extra a year. Let's get out there and have a party.
That should be on a t-shirt.
90,000 for me, $90 for you. Let's make
How do
America
you like
great
me now?
again. Let's make America great, right? Again, when? For who? I mean, for some it was always great. They never missed a meal. But let's make America great again for who? Who exactly? Are we great yet? $90,000 is the proposal for the rich and $90 for struggling families. That's how we make America great. And President Trump said he favored tax hikes for the wealthy. As long as you're rich, you're somebody. You're not rich, who cares? All of you, Mima and Papa, how y'all doing? You good? $90? You good? What can you buy for $90? Tell me. Because that's not, I can't take that to the supermarket. I can tell you that much. That can probably buy like milk, eggs.
Yeah, but the $90 is for a year.
So I want Mima and Papa to come and tell me how they're going to use that whopping $90 and how it has made them rich. Because we were told that everybody going to be rich, right? So $90, Mima and Papa, come talk to me. Let's sit down and let me know how you plan to spend the $90. What you plan to acquire. How is that $90 going to take you out of poverty? How is that $90 going to help you get off the food stamps and the public housing? How is that $90 for the year going to ensure that you have all the medication that you need? Not to our folks. The White House, we have some good news though. The White House restores legal status of child with life-threatening. That $90 is some folks' internet bill for only 1 month. Talk about it. White House restores legal status of child with life-threatening illness. Article courtesy of theguardian.com. The Trump administration has reversed its decision to revoke the legal status of a 4-year-old girl receiving continuing life-saving treatment, in the U.S. and her family after a national outcry. Daisy Vargas, her husband, and their daughter, whom lawmakers identified by pseudonym Sophia, had come to the U.S. in 2023 to seek medical care for their daughter, who has a rare condition that requires specialized treatment. But in April, the federal government ended their humanitarian parole, a temporary status granted to people on urgent humanitarian grounds, and ordered them to self deport. Sophia's doctors warned that she would likely die within days if forced to return to Mexico, and her family and attorneys fought the deportation order, describing it as unlawful and a cruel betrayal of our nation's values. Her case, which an attorney for the family said highlighted the recklessness of this administration's deportation policies, sparked outrage and a significant response from Democratic lawmakers. Dozens of representatives, dozens of representatives and both of California's senators, Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla, signed a letter urging the Department of Homeland Security to extend the family's legal status. The lawmakers wrote, "We believe this family's situation clearly meets the need for humanitarian aid and urge you and this administration to reconsider its decision. It is our duty to protect the sick, vulnerable, and defenseless. Without action, SGV will die." The Los Angeles Times first reported on Tuesday that the administration had restored legal status for the family, sending a letter on Monday that stated, "This is to advise you that effective June 2, 2025, you have been granted humanitarian parole for a period of 1 year."
So, oh God, I don't even know why I'm talking about this. Okay.
Come on, we got to talk
Yeah.
about it.
Okay, so what's the girl's status before? The child's status before?
Life
It was
threatening.
indefinite, wasn't it?
Well,
Yeah. It was indefinite, wasn't it? Because I mean,
let us
it's not
assume.
like.
Let us assume.
So the reason I say that is it wasn't as if she was gonna get treatment and get better. It was more like, let's give her a chance at a good life. That was it. That was the reason why she got the visa. The fact that you revoked the visa of a child, what do you want us to do now? Hail you, bow, kiss your feet, prostrate to you? What? What do you want us to do? A round of applause? Really? What?
See, we're not as bad as you make us out to be. See, we do have a thread of humanity within us. See, we need to get those votes back.
No.
We need to get the support back, especially with what's going on over there in Miami.
No, you don't get that chance at revising history. It's in that article. With the nation's outcry. It's not because you felt a pinch of guilt or anything. It was because you suddenly realized, I think we've gone too far. Let's reel it back in.
I agree with Ozzy. It's a PR stunt.
Wow.
It's sad that I have to look at it that way, but the track record speaks for itself, no?
Yeah, but okay, so the PR would suggest a change of heart. This is how we're going to be doing things going forward. But meanwhile, eyes are out there. You give this family the chance to self-deport. But eyes are out there making calls. What's it called? shaming people, getting them undressed and putting them out in the public square, only to then allow them back. Oh God, I mean, come on, man. Sheesh. I don't know how you guys survive it, man, but kudos to you.
We survive. In other news, this is our final story out of the North American news segment. Private prisons and local jails are ramping up as ICE detention exceeds capacity. Article courtesy of NPR.
In detention has gone up in recent months as the Trump administration carries out an ambitious immigration enforcement plan. Detention facilities are over capacity, so the government is intensifying its hunt for more space. NPR's Maggie Anderson is here to tell us more. Good morning, Meg.
Good morning.
So what do we know about how many people are in detention right now?
So, as of May, the federal government is holding almost 50,000 people in immigration detention. That is about a 20% increase since January. And that's already thousands more detention beds than what Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, currently has funding for. But the administration has said its work is far from over. Trump border czar Tom Homan has said he wants 100,000 people in detention. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem recently doubled the arrest quotas immigration officers must meet from 1,800 to 3,000 arrests per day.
Okay, so before we get to where this space is going to come from, where they hold these people, what role are local police playing in all of this?
Yeah, so local police have space too, actually, usually county sheriffs. They are playing a bigger role in this. They can enter into agreements with the federal government called 287G agreements to allow ICE to use their jail space and sometimes do some immigration enforcement on ICE's behalf in the community. And just to give you a sense of how this program has grown, more than 600 law enforcement agencies have signed on in 40 states with dozens more pending. That's nearly 5 times as many as there were of this program at the end of 2024. Florida has gone all in on this, requiring every sheriff's office in the state to participate. Austin Coker, a professor at Syracuse University who studies the program, called the growth of it astonishing. He also said that there could be some unintended consequences for local communities.
It dramatically distorts where we put our law enforcement resources. It confuses actual crimes that need policing and people who are, for the most part, just living here, working here, and have a family.
Coker says that law enforcement using more manpower on immigration enforcement means less manpower for solving crimes and keeping communities safe.
Okay, so they're using some jail space in these local communities. If detention centers are over capacity, and the administration, as you say, wants to see more immigration arrests, where else are officials looking to find space?
Yeah, the private prison sector is a big one. So almost 90% of people in ICE custody right now are held in facilities run by for-profit prison companies. And 2 of the biggest, Geo Group and CoreCivic, are adding more space. They've added more than 6,000 beds in at least 7 different states. That includes reopening old prisons. And immigrant advocates have raised concerns about this, saying these companies are too focused on profit. Geo Group and CoreCivic say those criticisms are baseless.
Okay, with all these efforts to expand, what happens next?
So the administration needs money, and that's where Congress would come in. The House Reconciliation Bill is now in the Senate. That bill allocates $45 billion for ICE detention. That's more than 10 times current funding levels. But it's important to note that detention itself for this administration is not really the end game. Deportation is. And legal experts told me the administration is going to keep looking for ways to quickly remove people and bypass detention altogether.
That's NPR's Maggie Anderson. Thank you, Meg.
Yep. There you have it, folks. Oh, boy. What can I say? The goal is not incarceration. The goal is deportation. Question. I do have a question, and if you have an answer, please provide it for me. With the deportations that or not deportations, let me back up. With the rounding up that has been going on job sites, the Americans who said that immigrants were taking their jobs, have the Americans now gone out there for these said jobs that are now available? Is the construction carrying on? The construction sites where they carried out the raids, are the people who said that the immigrants are taking their jobs, are they now at the construction sites? The farms, are they now out there bending over 10 hours a day picking the fruits and the vegetables? Are they out there? Because the jobs are available. You bought into the fact, or you bought into this idea that immigrants are stealing your jobs. The jobs are available. Are you out there doing said jobs now? So you can shut the hell up. No, you're not. No, you're not. Contractors are complaining. Farmers are complaining that they have no one. No one is showing up to do the work. Let me break it down a little more to those of you who felt that you were being robbed by immigrants. Let's look at the construction industry, for example. Let me explain something to you. The builders do not use, the developers, whatever you want to call them, developers or builders, they do not use private money, their personal money, to do these developments. They take out something that is called a construction loan. A construction loan is funded by your $200 that goes in the back that you say you're saving. Is that the savings account you have? The money isn't sitting in your bank account. It isn't supposed to be there, but it's not there. The bank takes a huge chunk of it and invests it. One of the investment vehicles, probably I'm speaking high level, one of the things they do to make a little money on your money is they lend your money out, right? So these developers borrow your money. Now, when them finish put up the development, when the subdivision is up, or the apartment complex, whatever it is put up, the developer has a certain amount of time within which they have to get a certain percentage of occupancy, because guess what? There's a deadline, something called a repayment, right? They have to start repaying on the loan. Remember, that loan is whose money? Your little savings. Yes. Mm-hmm. So when there is a halting of the construction, the subdivision can't be completed. The developer can't meet the deadlines. And you know what's going to happen to your $200, me, mom, papa? May become a loss. Yes, yes. Not to the bank, because that money is insured. You, my friend, will stand a loss. Sounds a little off, right? Yeah, I know. But you're at risk right now. So I would strongly recommend to all of you who are saying that immigrants are taking your jobs, you better get up there and start. Oh, but you can't manage to be out there at 6 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the evening. Summer's coming. You can't manage that heat so well. You're not cut out for that. Oh, and some of you have degrees, so it's above that. No, you're above that. Yeah, that's beneath your pay grade. Yeah, I get it. I get it. So who the backside are going to do work? Tell me. Who are going to do work? You see, y'all don't think things through before you jump up and say, yay. Y'all don't think. I can't make it any clearer for y'all. Ripple effect in full. You know, see the robots, they take on a mind of their own, Ozzy. The robots are doing their own thing, so you can't even control the robots. Hatred won, right? Hatred won, you lost. Yeah. So the $90 that you're going to get for the year. You feel rich now, don't you? You feel like you're in the latter, don't you? Oh boy. Yeah, the farmers are complaining that they can't find anybody. Construction industry. Florida, what's up? What's good, Florida? Ah. You see that thing called hate? It's gonna be the destruction of humanity. Mhm. You see, ignorance and lack of intelligence shall be the destruction of humanity. Remember me tell you, the inability to critically think and not be so gullible. Yeah, that will be the lack of that gonna be the decline of humanity. Yeah, man. Rome is crumbling, folks, and you're not even realizing. We are so focused. Get them out, get them out, get them out. So if you round up 3,000 a day, I expect to see 3,000 people per day, Americans who wanted this. I expect to see you showing up for those jobs. Please get to work. And Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, head on over to lormelskinfood.com. Our article, The Coffee Habit, Your Coffee Habit Could Be Linked to Healthier Aging, a study has found. This one, courtesy of WSVN. Let's take a listen. Okay, hold on. Hold on, folks. Let me get it to load back up here. It don't want to play for me. All right, let's see if we can. I'm not arguing with you, nothing. You're going to play it today. Yeah, Ozzy, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I just saw the thing go. And we all have to suffer for it. I did not sign up for this, but I don't see why I should have to suffer. I really don't see.
Play charades.
Hold on a second.
Favorite chair. This is the story of the one.
All right. I have to wait for these as not allowing me to skip these ads. I just have to wait for them to run out. Yeah, folks. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I don't know what to tell you.
And now officials making a deadly discovery on the side of the Palmetto.
That is not food. That's not what I asked for.
Simmons live in Hialeah. She's
All
got
right.
it. Right.
I don't want to hear that. Not right now. I want to hear what's going on, but I don't want to hear that right now. I need my article. I don't know why WSVN. Why are you playing with me? Let's try this again. One more time. I want to hear what I have to say about the coffee and my bad coffee habit.
Everyone counts on to keep your operation.
One more time. Patience, folks. I'm a patient man ride donkey. When else do I hear that one? Patient man ride donkey.
ahead and order that cup of coffee you want. A new study finds that women in their 50s who drink 1 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee a day are more likely to reach older age free from major chronic diseases. They're also more likely to have good cognitive, physical, and mental health. Researchers analyzed more than 47,000 women over 30 years. The benefits were not seen with tea or decaf coffee.
So, anybody else wants to join me daily for a cup of coffee?
Moments, that's sponsored by the coffee people. That research bogus. You just want to beat your chest because you're addicted. Nobody not joining your addiction. That is a phony research. I don't care about all the details. It's phony. Oh.
You're just a hater. I see the hate. I feel the hate. I hear the hate. Folks, you want to live longer? You want to age better? A cup of coffee or 2. Thank you, Geely. He is a hater. He's a hater. You could look younger, no, Mr. President, but you're not having that cup of coffee a day. It's not our fault. You're there drinking chai tea. Why is a chai tea do for you? Tell me a benefit of chai tea. I'm listening. Oh, you're quiet now. Yeah, at least the ginger tea will bust the gas. Yeah, yes, Mr. President, you have something to say about your chai tea?
I'm not here.
Oh.
I don't know. I know nothing about your chai.
Mm.
I drink black sage
Mm.
and lemongrass and ginger and clove and turmeric and everything else except coffee.
So, guess what, folks? Add a little cinnamon to your coffee, because the cinnamon, right? Adding cinnamon to your coffee offers several health benefits and it enhances the flavor profile. So, cinnamon is a potent antioxidant, aiding in cell protection and potentially reducing the risk of chronic diseases. It can also help regulate blood sugar, improve insulin sensitivity, and contribute to better heart health. Additionally, cinnamon may boost brain function, improve digestion, and provide a sustained energy boost when paired with coffee. Hold on one sec, folks. 1 second. Gotta step away 1 quick second. Thank you for your patience, folks. I do apologize. Son number 3 out there burning down the house. You sit down and you smell something, and you're like, you step outside and the whole house is full of smoke. It's when you're rushing to do things, rushing to fix breakfast before him go to work. Turn up the stove fan high. Okay. I'm back. Mr. President, try some coffee. Have you ever tasted coffee? Have you ever tasted coffee, Mr. President?
I hate coffee.
I didn't ask you that.
I
I said,
hate
have you ever tasted coffee?
Yes, it's awful.
And probably who
The
made it
only
for you?
coffee I use in tiramisu.
And probably the person who brewed that cup of coffee for you didn't do it right. It was the wrong coffee. You can't taste it one time, had a bad experience, and you're going to say you hate coffee. Don't you dare talk down to coffee like that. What coffee do you? Eh? But you have it in tiramisu.
Make me hyperventilate.
Make you hyperventilate. You have. So listen, folks, listen to the benefits of coffee with cinnamon.
You still on this article?
I'm trying to help you. Metabolic health. Cinnamon may help lower blood sugar levels, increase insulin sensitivity, and potentially improve cholesterol levels, benefiting those with diabetes or at risk for heart disease. It's an antioxidant powder. Cinnamon is rich in antioxidants, including flavonoids and essential oils like cinnamella. Not my tongue. Sorry. Cinnamaldehyde. Yeah, I'll put it together, which combat free radicals and reduce oxidative stress. Then there is cognitive enhancement. Cinnamon can improve cognitive function, including memory and attention, while the caffeine in coffee can further boost alertness, Mr. President, and focus, Mr. President. Oh my gosh, I thought I flipped the camera. My apologies. I thought I flipped the camera. Okay. Digestive support. Cinnamon has traditionally been used to aid digestion and alleviate digestive discomfort like bloating and indigestion. Sustained energy. The combination of caffeine and cinnamon can provide a sustained energy boost without the energy crash often associated with caffeine alone. And of course, cinnamon adds a warm, spicy sweetness to coffee, complementing its natural bitterness. Yeah, if you put cinnamon in coffee, you really don't need sugar. My opinion, that's me. That's me personally. So if you're going to use La Greca, the little coffee pot that you put on the stove, um, just when you put your ground coffee in, just shake a little bit of cinnamon. If you're putting it in your coffee pot, in the filter, just shake a little cinnamon and it helps to enhance the flavor. All right. So thank me later, Mr. President, and stop hating on those of us who our cognitive functions are, we're a step ahead of you. Never mind. I feel you. All right. Next up. So that was our Health and Science News article, courtesy of Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. So our final article of the day. It's so boring. Gen Z parents don't like reading to their children, and educators are worried. This article, courtesy of theguardian.com. Last week, former elementary school teacher Spencer Russell posed a question to parents who follow his Instagram account. Toddlers can read. Why aren't you reading aloud to your children? I don't like the word kids because I'm from the Caribbean. I'm Jamaican. A kid is a baby goat. I don't have animal. I didn't give birth to animals, so I don't call my children kids. So forgive me if you hear me change out the word kids to children. Sorry. No, that's me. It's a cultural thing. I just look at kids as animals. So why aren't you reading aloud to your children? The responses, which Russell shared with The Guardian, ranged from embarrassed to annoyed to angry. It's so boring, said one parent. I don't have time, said another. One mother wrote in, I don't enjoy reading myself. Others reported difficulty getting their children to sit still long enough for a full dose of Good Night Moon or Mother Goose. He's always interrupting, or my son just wants to skip all the pages. They noted the monotony of a story and the story time, with one saying, I love reading with my children, but they request the same book over and over. Parents who struggle to read to their children tend to be younger themselves. That is according to a recent survey from HarperCollins UK. Fewer than half of Gen Z parents called reading to their children fun for me, and almost 1 in 3 saw reading as more of a subject to learn than something to be enjoyed, significantly more than their Gen X counterparts. This mindset undoubtedly trickles down to their children. The survey also found that only a third of 5 to 10-year-olds frequently read for fun, compared to over half in 2012. This could be because their parents are less likely to read to them before they turn 5. 41% of parents of all ages reported doing so, a steep drop from 64% in 2012. If parents are reading out loud to their children less, U.S. educators can tell. Russell, who offers courses to teach literacy skills to children as young as 18 months, regularly gets inquiries from parents of older children, some as old as 14, who still struggle to crack open a book. There are other telltale signs. We see children who can sit still and focus for hours on YouTube or Miss Rachel, but when you sit them down with a book, they move, wiggle, or scream and run away. That's according to Russell, who lives in Houston. Gen Z parents inherited an economy racked by inequity and instability that makes child rearing all the more stressful. The cost of childcare in the US, roughly $11,000 a year on average, has soared since the 90s. It's no wonder they might be too tired or too stressed to read to their children at night, even if they realize it's important to do so. At the same time, screens are inescapable. Notably, Gen Z parents were the first generation to grow up with them. I don't think we can divorce the role of technology influencing Gen Z parents and their children with the decline in reading out aloud, Russell said. Screen time is replacing one on one quality interactions between parent and child. Loads of evidence shows that excessive screen time can harm a child's cognitive, linguistic, and social emotional growth. And doctors recommend that parents limit non educational screen time for children between the ages of 2 to 5 to about 1 hour per weekday and 3 on the weekends. But you try getting a toddler to settle into story time without giving in to her demand to watch Bluey. Most parents see the iPad as a necessary evil. America's so called literacy crisis is well documented. An Atlantic report from last fall found that many elite college students fail to complete English assignments as they never had to read a full book in high school. The pandemic wreaked havoc on students' performance in both math and reading, with scores in both subjects dropping to the lowest margin in over 30 years. On TikTok, teachers have been, they have taken to posting PSAs urging parents to read to their children with a caption. I bet you, I bet you, I can't tell who was breastfed versus formula fed, but I can tell you who has grown-ups that read to them every night. America, what's up? Talk to me. What's our ranking for literacy globally? What's our ranking? Do you know what our ranking is? Let's look it up together.
This is so important moments because a lot of people are actually functionally illiterate. They don't know how to read, and so you would find that they aren't doing business. They're being taken advantage of because they aren't able to read. They can't really look at a contract, even a job offer, and read it and know what it entails. So you have a lot of people probably getting loans and doing business who really don't understand what they're reading. It's really sad. One of the things in pediatrics that we would always emphasize with the American Academy of Pediatricians is no more than 2 hours of screen time. Back then it was a day. And what I have found when I go out, I see these parents pacifying. You don't put the pacifier or the binky anymore. You give them a phone or an iPad. And at dinner, rather than engage in children, for, bettering their language or their vocabulary expansion to conversation and reading, they're giving them these iPads, and there is benefit to some of the educational programs on it, but it is addictive. Screen time is addictive. Get a book. There's so many, this, I don't know if this is under your health issue, but this is a health issue. Reading does so much to improve memory, concentration, vocabulary, protect from cognitive decline like Alzheimer's, right? Think about it. So if we're not reading, we're also not maintaining our health in a proper fashion. We're becoming more and more an unhealthy society, and we tend to focus on the food, like the food, what you're eating, and what you're, how you're exercising. But reading is also exercise for the brain. How are we exercising our brain? How is our brain really? How are we boosting our brain power, if you will? By reading. So I think this is really important, and people ought to really, how many books have you read for the year? Just pick up a book, read a chapter. People don't even have the attention span to read a paragraph because we have these other things in our hands, the phone, social media. So this is a good discussion.
It is a great discussion. Thank you for that, Dr. Leslie. So, according to Google, the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth, the wealthiest nation on earth, currently ranks 36th. 36. Debatable indeed. I was being very sarcastic. The US currently ranks 36th globally in literacy. More than half of Americans aged 16 to 74 read below a 6th grade level. The United States consistently ranks lower than many other developed or developing nations in global literacy assessments. (16 to 74, 6th grade level. Then you want to argue it? You in a 6th grade level education. No, you can't come talk to me. Talk to who? You can't talk to me, baby love. Yeah, I'm gonna say that loud and proud. Who want vex? You cannot argue with me. The majority of my education was in a third world country. Well, let me stop right there. So come here, go say some things what I'm not going like.
But most of the Caribbean countries have better literacy than the US. Barbados has a very high literacy. Trinidad, come on. And when you have a leader in office who is functionally illiterate, like really does not know what the string of things that he put together, well, first of all, it's very hard to put together a sentence that is cohesive, that has subject, verb, and object. And furthermore, if you want to change and put in a past participle and an adjective, and confusion.
No. Bring it down. You're gone high level now.
You understand? So, this is, and then here's what they're doing. They're cutting funds for the Department of Education, which already is having a tough job where they aren't paying teachers who are some of the most important people in the country because they're educating the future or being a part of the education of the future, because parents aren't really helping to educate their kids at home anymore. It used to be when I was growing up, I go home and the first thing I do when I get home is my homework. Sometimes I finish my homework in school, so when I go home, I can play and then I can read. And, mommy had to sometimes say, Leslie, put down the book and read and let's talk. Put down the book. Put on the book for a second. Put on the book, Nagil. I would walk around with my book, reading my book, had my library card. What are we doing?
That must have been a Caribbean thing. No, seriously, because we cannot, across the Caribbean, we can relate to that.
Yes.
Library. You had to check out library books every Saturday. And you
Girl,
take out, because guess what? You cannot tell your parents you don't have no homework. So you don't have a book to read?
listen, I still think there's a few books that I never turned back in, and I think I still have it. This is from 1982. Man, I tell no lie.
No,
You know, this is when
American
we had the
can't chat
cat.
to me.
We
Excuse
had the
me.
card catalog. You remember card catalog? We had the card catalog. We had no fancy nothing. I loved it. All right, no much.
No, American can't talk to me. Uno no literate. Let me behave myself for a second. The United States of America ranks 36th globally in literacy. That's nothing to be proud of. How can you consider yourself the world's best country, but not full of dunce people, full of people that can't reason, rationalize? You can't even have a conversation with them. Go over to Clubhouse and listen to them. The level of ignorance that is prevalent over there. They cannot have a sentence without using expletives, without calling people out of their names. It's telling. And instead of wanting to learn, if you ask them a question or you try to have a debate with them, they get flustered and frustrated, and then they get angry and they start raising their voices and shouting and yelling and then calling you everything in the book that they can't even spell. Perfect example. A particular person who was on a particular show up there in the ATL, she's going to spell BICTH in that order. What word is that, Mama D? You don't even know how to spell the name of a female dog, but you're using it to curse people out. You don't have the time to read to your child, but you have time to go make more pitney. You don't have the time to spend 5 minutes reading a book to your child as you tuck them into bed, but you have time to practice a new position, to breathe and have a next pitney.
Moments. Come out the people womb them. Come out the womb, please. Come out the people womb. Dr. Sharon, that's Dr. Sharon. Dr. Sharon, I think you was trying to say something.
I'm sorry. But I'm not good for something I said up else.
I noticed that. But I mean, I agree with you. I mean, they can't refer just about I will put my neck on the block that just about every Caribbean country have a higher literacy rate than the United States. That's it. Yep. Reading is fundamental, people. Reading is fundamental. If you read, you can do anything.
To tell you how reading is fundamental, Dr. Sharon, driving by a sign the other day, the sign is posted there by Miami-Dade County. No dumping. You know what's under the sign? Garbage. Them dump furniture. Right. The big sign says no dumping, and right under it, I said, "Well, I think the sign said dump here."
Maybe they thought it was like a photo dump, like how people do this. I don't know.
Nobody who said them is an American can talk to me what come from Jamaica about literacy, because you cannot measure up to any of us in the Caribbean. And I said that with my full chest. Ooh, I'm Bex, who I'm bus. Right, that's
Can I just read real quick all of the benefits of reading?
Can you break it down as simple as possible? Because, we want to make sure everyone can grasp what it is that.
Okay, all right. So there are three sets. So there's cognitive benefits that has to do with the mind, emotional mental health benefits, and then overall brain benefits. So under the cognitive benefit, it enhances your memory, concentration, focus, vocabulary, critical thinking, cognitive flexibility. That's reading strengthens the brain's ability to analyze and reason, which is important in decision making and problem solving. So if you have a problem with people not being able to problem solve, because look at what they're reading, if they're reading. Reduce risk of cognitive decline, which I talked about earlier. Then under the emotional and mental health benefits, there's stress reduction, improved sleep. Take a book to bed instead of your phone, and you will fall asleep while reading. Increase empathy, mindfulness, and then under overall brain health, brain connectivity. One of the things we talk about in neuro is neuroplasticity and the ability of the brain to form new learning pathways. And the more you challenge the brain, the more it builds these new highways, right? So it's less likely that you're going to develop dementia or anything like that because you're constantly forming new pathways, right? You're using your brain power and brain structure as well as mental stimulation. So reading provides a mental workout, keeping the brain active and engaged, and you have an imagination. That's why I love to hear Legend when we're looking at the art and how he comes up with all these amazing things. You know why? Because he's reading and his mom is reading to him. I can tell because his imagination is vivid and it's wild. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Les. Parents. And here's the disturbing part about the whole thing for me. A teacher will reach out to you to have a conference with you. They want to engage with you as it relates to your child. You don't show up. You say you don't have time for that. We want to talk about how your child is progressing. You show no interest. The child is failing, but you find the time to go to the store to purchase the latest $300 pair of Jordans. That's not what the child needs. They're going to be fly, but dumb. That don't make sense. You have to invest in your child's future. And it starts from the day they're born. Reading to them. You think they don't understand. They do. Read to them. And if you're sitting with your child and your child just wants to turn the pages, let them turn the page. It's okay. And if all they want to do is look at the pictures, let them tell you what it is that they're seeing. Yeah. You have to start somewhere. You have to. As it says, the people who will see a flyer with all the information posted and still ask you what time and where. That part. I know some of us, because of vision issues, we might not see something clearly. I mean, oh, okay, I didn't see it there. And reading something opens up a portal. It allows us to be able to exchange information. It really does. How we interpret what it is that we have read. Discernment, we're able to tap into that. I'm glad you put that in the chat, this whole AI thing. I find it concerning and troubling. And here's where people are asking AI to write their papers. So we have people who are doing it the right way in college, and then those who are lazy. and just sailing through college. Lazy. First, it was paying people to write their papers. Now we have AI. We don't have to pay people anymore to write the papers. We also used to have to worry about plagiarism. Well, now we have AI. So you're writing a paper. Well, not you. AI is writing a paper, and some of you are not even going back to look at the information, familiarize yourself with the information. How you know say AI I put the right information in the paper where you go submit? How do you know? If I am a professor and I choose to pull you aside and ask you to expound on something that is written, you're you sounding like Peter Thiel. You start sweating because you don't even know what's in there. We need to go back to the old-fashioned way of doing some things. Write the damn paper yourself. Stop relying on others and technology to do your papers for you. Because when you have to sit down and do a test, so you get a 90 on a paper, but you can't pass a test, something ain't connecting here. Ain't a word. Something is not connecting. Good thing I'm not a professor because I'll be failing many of you, especially your modern day ones. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So this is my question. So a lot of standardized exam, no matter what the exam is, use reading skills, right? So how are we going to use that as well, no, I guess we still use it as a standard of comparison, right? And how well someone does in a standardized exam, a lot of time it attests to their reading skills. Because, for example, way back when I took the MCAT, it's not just your knowledge, because you can get a passage about any daggone thing, and it takes you to read and extrapolate the information and use critical thinking to come up with the answer or find the answer. But if people are not reading, then how do you do that? Then the whole educational system is failing us, right? So then how do students compete? Because AI is not going to go write your standardized exam. AI is not going to write your SATs, your MCAT, and your LSATs, and your GREs. And those skills are developed from reading. And as a matter of fact, for people I know in the past, I don't even know if the MCAT has a separate verbal reading section, but people I knew who didn't do well in the verbal reasoning section, one of the things I would recommend is to read the New York Times daily for 6 months to a year. And you would only need the Tuesday Times and the Sunday Times, because it covers a broad spectrum of topics, from psychology, education, science, everything. And you develop your reading skills from there. If you can develop it other ways here, but by reading. But the New York Times is one of the papers that I recommend. Even when my nephew was a teenager, I'd get him the Tuesday Times and the Tuesday and Sunday Times, and he'd read everything. And he was a good learner. He didn't even need it, but he was intrigued by it. So if we're not reading, then we're not developing the skills that we need to even pass these exams. But people anyway don't pride education anyway, so I may as well just shut up. I'm done.
Parents, what are you going to do to change the trajectory of the country because it starts at home. You cannot rely on a teacher to do everything for you. Thank you, Cindy. You cannot rely on a teacher to do everything for you. Your child should be going to school knowing how to write their names. They should know the alphabet. I don't know. Am I being unreasonable? Because here in the States, I go to school at what, 6 before them start elementary school. You see, I started school in Jamaica. All my children started school in Jamaica. Thank you, Cindy. So you start school earlier. Some children start school as young as 2 years old in Jamaica. You go to, what do you call it? Infant school. 2 to 4. 4 years old, you start elementary school. I started at 4. Kindergarten, 4 years old. You go to school, you already know how to write your name. You can spell your name. You know the alphabet. You know your colors. The rainbow colors. Now you can't say rainbow colors because automatically it's associated with a group. But you knew the colors of the rainbow. You could count. What else we knew before going to school in the Caribbean? But here, 6 years old, and you can't spell your name. 6 years old, and you cannot write your name. 6 years old, and you don't know the alphabet? Shapes. Yes, Ozzy. Shapes. We knew our shapes before going to school. We could color before going to school. But 6 years old. And here in the US, Shirley don't know our alphabet. I guarantee you, she don't know no alphabet. But she know how for what do you call it, boots on the ground now? Parents, you're failing your children. I'm sorry. You are failing your children. 0 to 6 years old. Even if you have to put them in a daycare facility, are you putting them in a daycare facility that teaches them, encourages learning?
Yep. The way I see it is if you don't have these skills, then you're not going to develop critical thinking skills. And if you don't develop critical thinking skills, then the way you navigate through life is completely dependent on what's said or given to you. And that is a very scary place to be. I was making a joke about it earlier, but I saw on TikTok, there was this one girl who she was trying to say that Harriet Tubman wasn't real. Why? Because that's not her birth name. And what railroads can we trace that were underground and associated with that? I heard another story where this person was saying how the SLAV, that word never existed because we're the ships. And when you hear these people talk, you can tell like they don't use critical thinking skills. They don't read anything. They don't have any reputable sources that they're citing. And it's a very scary thing because there are people who are believing these things. It's sad.
It's interesting that you just said something here because listen to this.
Would you say that it would be an illegal DEI for a lesson plan on the Tulsa Race Massacre?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Do you know what the Tulsa Race Massacre is?
I'd like to look into it more and get back to you on it.
Okay, so I look forward to that. How about the book Through My Eyes by Ruby Bridges, for instance?
I haven't read that.
Have you learned about Ruby Bridges?
So if you have specific examples you'd like,
That was
to
a
cite,
specific
I will.
example.
I'll be very happy.
It was an
for you-
incredibly
for
specific
you
example.
To submit
I named
those
a
in your
specific book.
questions, and I will look into it and get back to you on
Thank
them. I
you.
look-
Would you say that it would be an illegal DEI?
That's the education secretary being questioned. Yeah, she'll have to look into it and get back to the young lady.
Not her job. I keep telling you people, their job is to go in and destroy and dismantle. That's it.
I'm sorry, I can't read.
Were you asking all them questions? You expect them to be qualified for a position? To have met certain requirements? Who does that? McDonald's probably have stricter requirements, you know. Let me stop. Anyway.
America, not America, parents of American children. What's your plan? How are you going to have your child leaving high school, reading at a 6th grade level? What are you doing as a parent to see to it that your child is literate? What are you doing? And I'm trying not to talk too much because I'm going to say some things that are going to be deemed distasteful and insulting. So I'm really trying. You have failed your children. You can't blame the system. You can't blame schools. You can't blame teachers. I'm blaming you, the parent. Where is your vested interest, or where was your vested interest in your child's education or your children's education? Where? Where? And I said, don't come to me and tell me that you're busy working. I don't want to hear it. Because if you're too tired for read to your pitney, you're too tired for procreate.
What moments? Sometimes procreation don't take no work per se. Them can just lay it on their back and don't have to do nothing. But anyway.
Pillar princesses. Yes, folks. You don't have to fix it. And you know why America is great? I'm going to tell you why America is great or considered great. A vast number of your professionals, especially in the field of science, engineering. Should I go on? Medical. A vast number of them are what? Anybody care to finish the sentence? The people with the highest intellect in this country. You know who they are? You know what that demographic is labeled as? They're the ones who make your country look great, quite frankly. The immigrants. Go in a hospital. Go into the universities.
UBC number?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, probably not realize the mic open. Hold on. Yeah. No, I mean, I know I need to behave myself, but I'm speaking the truth right now. Case in point, look right here. So just go on the panel. Mr. President, Grenada, Dr. Sharon, Antigua, Dr. Leslie, Trinidad. And I saw you in the UK, so I call you. James, you in Canada, so I call you. Aussie, Virgin Islands. And if more people were on the panel, the list goes on. But yet you have drummed up hatred in your hearts for immigrants. Interesting. They should have a day in the hospitals where all immigrants stay home and see how empty the hospitals would be. And I'm talking across the country, north to south, east to west. Am I lying, Dr. Sharon? Tell me I'm lying.
No, you are not lying at all. At all.
I can tell you, for the hospitals close to me, they'll be empty. And when I say empty, I mean empty. I want to say 90% of the staff are either from Colombia, Venezuela, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, Grenada, Barbados, and other Caribbean countries and other Latin American countries. And I'm not lying. Just in the area where I live, 90%. So how the hospital would I run? Many of them come here already professionals in their fields and have to start over from scratch. Because if you haven't done it the American way, you haven't done it. So they came here fully literate already, fully qualified. And we're able to surpass those of you who are born, who are Americans. But it's we want to have strength for. Okay.
Yes, but still, they're anti-immigration, anti-immigrants, but we've contributed so much to this country. As he says, I'm not an immigrant, I'm going to my own. Belong.
America.
Okay, Ozzy.
You know, I wish, Dr. Sharon, I wish doctors like you in your field, OBGY, and I wish you could say to the parents, please, you know, parenting starts in utero. There are a lot of people who don't understand that. I don't know if it's a conversation you have with them, how you nurture that child while it's in utero. It's a form of parenting. What are you exposing them to while they are in utero? There are people who play music for their fetuses. There are people who read to them. You don't have to wait until the child is delivered, born. I would love for you to tell all your patients, Dr. Sharon, or impress upon them the importance of being good parents and, you know, seeing to it that they're raising healthy minds. I would love for you to be able to say, but you can't do it. I know, I get it. You can't. I would love for you to be able to look at some of them and say, no, we need to keep you on contraceptives a little longer. You're not ready. Based on the conversations that we have, you know, you're not there yet. You read to the child before it's born. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Come on, US. You cannot rank 36th globally in literacy. That's not cute. There's nothing cute about that. Go ahead, Ozzy. My apologies.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just gonna say it's interesting. Right? I remember this girl that I went to school with. When she came to the island, she didn't speak any English. She's from Argentina, and so because of that, she was held back a year. Fast forward to high school, and she's in my AP English class. Isn't that crazy?
Ozzy, let me tell you what's crazy. Children coming from Jamaica and being put in English as a second language class. They try to find any way to hold you back because you're already 2 years ahead. Let me tell you something. The feeling that because you don't speak English, right? But anyway, let me not say anything. Let me keep my mouth shut. Because again, I'm gonna say something I have no business saying.
Oh, but that plays into a lot of it too. Like I remember even I remember I failed this one. I didn't fail, but I had some marks taken off of this one spelling test in the 3rd grade because I spelled theater the British way because I took a trip. We went on a cruise that summer, and I remember reading it on a sign, and I got points off for that, and I'm still vexed to this day.
They don't know that it is THEATRE.
RE.
Nope. Yeah, still vexed. Give me my points.
So can you imagine if they had given you color, what other there's
Harbor,
color, center. You don't properly fail that test.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not aware that there is British English and American English. Label.
Nope.
Yep. That too, Mr. President. Check. Yes, Julie, check. The first time I saw check spelled CHECK, I was like, huh? That's not how it's spelled. It's CHEQUE. They looked at me like I was crazy.
Listen, code switching is more than just how we talk. Code switching is how we write as well. Trust and believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But only if you're a reader can you flex like that. If you're not a reader, you can't flex like that. And because we are bicultural, tricultural, quadricultural, we can flex up enough on it. We can do spins on the head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How dare you, Ozzy, trying to be better than everybody about your theater with your TRE. Get it right. It's TER. This is America. Where do you think you are? Where you think you're there? All right. I have this last one. And this is where I struck. Sorry, Mr. President. My apologies.
A quick question.
Yes.
America was a British colony, right?
At one point.
So how would
a bunch of rejects from Britain?
How did they come across? How did they go about changing the spelling of stuff and stuff like that? Because you'd have inherited a British foundation in your education system initially. Did they just? It would be interesting to see how they do it.
Yeah, I could answer that for you.
The best and brightest thing come here.
No, but historically, as the language was evolving, words had different spellings, and so a lot of spellings that are recognized today, at some point or in some time period, had a different spelling. For example, the same thing with the alphabet. in certain regions in Britain, some people will say Z, some people will say Z. But in America, Webster came out with the standardized alphabet, and then because of that, that became popular. And then in America now, the standardized way to pronounce the letter is Z. So at one point in time, most of the standards that we have in America today were the standard in some region or the whole country in Britain at one point.
I think they just wanted to be different. I heard what you said, Ozzy, but I thought they just were so rebellious and wanted to be different that they said, "Oh, we are going to isolate. We are going to stand up. We're going to do things differently. We're going to change what we can change or what we think makes sense to change." I don't know. I may be wrong. That's just my thing.
Well, with the rise of technology, things have to become standardized, So as you get printing presses and typewriters and all that stuff, prior to those periods, there weren't necessarily standardized spellings of certain words and things like that.
Can I say too that remember America was, I hate this word, but a bit of a melting pot. You had people coming from different parts. You had the Spanish, you had the French. So there were a lot of unique pronunciations, a lot of unique spelling to words. So what evolved essentially was a result of the, should I say, the mixture of cultures that came together in America. So I think that may be an answer to it. There was a lot of dialect mixing as well. And if you look and you listen to how the slaves spoke and how they learned to speak and say different things based on the regions and so forth. I mean, there's a lot of lovely complexity to it. But I think it's also the impact of the environment coming from Britain, coming to America. You have the Native Americans there, you have the French, you have the Spanish. It's all conglomeration, and that's how language came. Now, Noah Webster tried to standardize everything. That's why you get the Webster's Dictionary, because you have so many different things coming from different pockets of people. He tried to then standardize English, and I get your Webster's Dictionary. It became the standard, but it doesn't mean that it was really standard.
But in addition to that, there was a period in British history where they wanted to sort of pay homage to the French words that the English words of French origin that we use, and therefore they revert back to some of the French spellings of those words. So check, for example, with a Q, or, theater with the RE.
Mm-hmm. All right. So thank you all. Interesting conversation. America, tighten up. Now I have this last one that I want to play, taking it back to the Caribbean for a quick second here. Oh boy. Let me play it. Let me go ahead and just play it before I say anything.
And so you catch up this $ Holy Ghost Pentecostal right there. Holy Ghost Pentecostal. Please prepare your offering. Hallelujah. And if you have any extra, my God, because I was saving for the rent and I end up in a bath and body dorm. Yes, I said, take care of God, people. God will take care of everything else. Hallelujah. Glory be to the Most High God. So if you want to sow a seed, you can go right on ahead and sow. Your cash up is $ Holy Ghost Pentecostal right there. $ Holy Ghost Pentecostal is where you sow your cash up seed. Amen. Somebody, if you want to Zelle, it's 954-494-8177. And we also have a basket here. If you want to put your seed there, we also have a PayPal, which is at Gmail. At HGG Church of Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. Glory be to the Lord. My God. We have some grapes and stuff. When you finish, you can have some grapes. Get something to cover them, please. And
Can you replay so I can get that Zelle number again, please? I'm just kidding.
And so you got his dollars.
Hold on. This is the part.
Holy Ghost Pentecostal right there. Holy Ghost Pentecostal. Please prepare your offering. Hallelujah. And if you have any extra, my God, because you know I was saving for the rent and I end up in a bath and body dorm.
Translate what she said.
She was saving for the rent, but she ended up using the rent money at Bath and Body Works. The money for the church.
You better hush.
You see me? I do not support these charismatic online churches. I don't. And I think y'all should know that voice. I don't.
Who is that?
The former queen of dancehall. It's raining, my body's calling. I'm in need of me, darling.
Minister Marion Hall.
Minister Marion Hall, aka Lady Song. I do, when I'm scrolling through on TikTok and I see people with them Bibles spread out and them a go on and them a preach and them a roll and them a galang with themselves, I scroll quickly past them. I scroll past them. They will not get my time. Now get it from me.
So you mean when I start doing my Bible study, you're not even going to pop in? You're wicked and bad.
Because who are they generating the money for? Is it to do the Lord's work? Are they doing it for outreach, or are they taking it and going to Bath and Body Works?
I'm asking for money. I just teach it.
You see the church thing what them a play with, but you say, woe be unto them, you know. Woe be unto them. There will be a separation of the sheep from the goat. Because right now we have a lot of goats dressed in sheep clothing, leading people astray, doing this for money. And I'm not saying that's what Sister Marion Hall is doing. I'm just using this scenario as an example.
Moments, I think we have to, at least I am a Christian. I belong to the body of Christ. I serve Jesus Christ.
Amen.
It is time that we call out false prophets.
Amen.
There are a lot of false prophets there. And this is why I tell people you have to learn to read and study the word of God for yourself. Submit to a pastor or a ministry that is teaching the word of God. If it's not in the Bible, there are things in the Bible that are prescriptive, and there are things in the Bible that are descriptive. Because it's descriptive does not mean that you now go out and do what it is they have described. But there are too many people out there who are mixing synchronism. They're mixing up the world, packaging it up in the church, using the ways of the world to lure people. And because some folks don't know the word, they don't seek God. They're seeking other things. They're seeking their perception of Jesus rather than the true Jesus Christ, who is in the word of God. Because they're doing that, they get tripped up. But I'm gonna tell you right now, that there that we listen to, that is not God. Okay, we don't have to mince words. When we associate with the truth enough, just like when we go to medical school, we learn physiology. We learn how it is, how the body functions normally. So, and then we learn pathophys. So, but when you familiarize yourself with truth, when you and I know there are people who say, well, more than one, there is one truth. That is my belief. There is one truth. There's one God. There's one baptism. When you familiarize yourself with that, you will be able to discern what is not. But unless you know what is, you can't determine what is not. I listen to that. That is not. That is just outrageous. And time out for that, man. It makes me upset.
And what is sad is the comments under the video. They're missing the point. I don't have an issue with the church having a Cash App, PayPal, Zelle, because times have changed. We have advanced technologically. Ease of access is among us, right? We want to make it easier for people to do their tithes or their offerings, whatever it is that they want to indulge in, right? So that is not the issue. The issue is that piece of the soundbite right there. So take the rent money and go Bath and Body Works. And that is to, you know, how many of these pastors, soon after they get into ministry, them have luxury car and mansion, designer, dripping in designer from head to toe, telling you if it's sow a seed. Woe be unto all of you. The gift of discernment is free. All you have to do is ask, and God will give it to you. Wisdom. Ask, you shall receive. Think. Just think, people. Think. Think. Some of them you have got through past. Yes, tap up the screen. If someone is moved by what it is that you're saying, they will tap the screen for you. You don't have to beg them. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. I say it is because we are desperately searching for something. Why it was so easy for that one to stand up in the altar with the $40,000 Rolex watch on his hand, telling you that he spent $2,000 to renew his preacher license, and he needs to raise $40,000. So close them doors. Close the doors. I said close the doors. That's why he could carry the fools a little further. You're easily led astray because you seek not knowledge for yourselves. Never would have made it left to me alone. Calculating how many people watching online, how many people sitting in the sanctuary, telling those behind him on the altar $100 is minimum what they ought to give, and that will accumulate to the $40,000 because he put a $2,000 charge on his credit card while flashing a $40-something thousand Rolex watch. Should I move up right in front of me? The whole on. May God forgive you. May God forgive you. Oh, I don't know why you're vexed with the hustlers. They're hustling people in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And they're doing, you know, Mr. President, go and go sit on one side. Hustlers will hustle.
Never would have paid it.
Hallelujah.
Never would have paid it. Oh, not me.
Naturalist for the tambourine, they could knock
I ran outside.
Folks, seek ye knowledge for yourself, man. Seek ye knowledge and stop make them lead you astray. Or not take on a loss, figure them. Figure live them big life. And your life, then you're going to turn on and call your son. You're going to call and say, Wayne, you want to see my son that me light, me not have no money for the light bill. So, mommy, but me give you the money last week. What you do with it? Lord, you know that deaconess came into the church and was saying what was needed, and I gave it. You take the light money and you give them? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Let me behave myself. Yes, we have to call them out. I agree, Dr. Leslie. We have to call them out.
I would say this, when I give, when I tithe, I'm not tithing to a person, I am tithing to the Lord. So I give to the Lord. I am giving to a ministry where I know that they are led by the Lord. They are doing the work of the ministry. They are feeding the poor. They're clothing people. Like, I see the fruit of the work. And I give. Now, what they do with all the money, I really, truly never concern myself with that. I just know that it's good ground, and I give, period, end of text. And I listen to the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit said to do, I do, because it's not my money, it's God's money. He enables me he gives me the power to gain wealth. And so I am going to be obedient to do what he says to do with it. It's absolute craziness, because I can't know the heart of a man. I really can't. I can look at the fruit and I say, oh, fruit questionable, Lord, what to do, and obey. That's it.
So, Dr. Leslie, look at Julie's question in the chat. Do you have to gift to a religious institution for it to be a tithe?
A tithe can be a tithe is a tenth. I can tithe my time to the community. I can tithe a tenth of my time to the community, a tenth of my belongings to a nonprofit. I do have to obey the word of God and tie to the work of the ministry, right? Which is ministering Jesus to the lost. And that may come in the form of, feeding them. It may come in the form of paying somebody's light bill, whatever the church decides to do, whatever ministries the church have in place. That's what that's what I believe I am to do. That's what the word says. I want to be sure that the man of God who works hard, okay, he's not coming with no recycled word that he listens to somebody else like Mike Todd. He's not listening to other people's sermons and then coming and regurgitating what he heard. I know that this word is coming from a rhema. This is a rhema word. So, we support the man now. And I'll tell you something, my pastor is independently wealthy. He don't need the church money. And that's not what they're doing with it. Nobody's getting cars and all this kind of stuff from the tithe. That's not what, yes, I did call a name, because it is what Mike Todd is recycling people's sermons as his own. And he said he don't like to study the word. It's hard for him to study the word. And so he listens to other people, and you will hear verbatim other people's sermons in his pulpit. And I say his pulpit because it ain't God's. I said what I said. So it's never been an issue for me to trust God, because I've seen where he's taken me from, what he's done in my life. And so I trust him to deal with the folks. If he shows me and he tells me step away from that, trust and believe I step away from a thing. But I do tithe to my congregation, okay, which is a part of the body of Christ. I tithe to the congregation because of the work that they're doing locally, the local and global work that they're doing.
All right, there you have it, Julie. That's Dr. Leslie's response. A tenth of what you have, your time.
Oh, can you sue the guy for plagiarism for regurgitating other people's sermon?
I'm sure they can. I mean, there are videos there side by side. Somebody said something, he repeated. He put a little flavor on it, but it's the same word. That's it. The devil is a whole lie. And he said, I don't like to study. Studying, because it's about the flash and the pump and the flare. Ain't nobody trying to do the hard work of wrestling with the word, listening to God, struggling with the word, understanding. Nobody wants to do that.
You can't blame him, because he declared and he said he don't like to study. He don't read it. So if you take your money and give to him because you like what he said, why didn't you go to the people whose material he's regurgitating?
Think about it, the people who are following, and this is why you have to follow God and follow the leader as the leader follows God, right? They probably don't even realize. I don't know if they realize, but it's a crying shame, though. Sure.
Thank you, naturalist. Thank you. Lord of mercy, folks. The gift of discernment. It's free to all who ask, and that's the God within. Intuition is the God within, sir. If you just listen to that voice, it will lead you. You have to learn to block out the noise, folks, and listen. Get in touch, right? Yeah. Any comments? Any comments, anyone? Anything on the want to say? Anybody have anything that they would like to say? Out of mercy, I want me just to. Naturalist, thank you, naturalist. Appreciate you. Go on with yourself, naturalist. Big up yourself. Behave yourself. Read a book. So stop now, as tell the people, read a book, folks.
Read a book. Or two, or three.
Read a book. Please, if you have children in your lives, read to them. Read, read, read. Heading into the city. Lucky you, naturalist. Behave yourself in a while in the city. Behave yourself. You know, I lost my playlist. I don't know what I did. All right, folks, gonna close out with some Marcia Griffiths. Jamaica, we don't say Griffiths. We say Griffiths. We drop the H. Just T-S. Love Me Forever. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on Jano Radio News and Talk. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go.
Kiss me twice, boy. Your sugar and spice, boy. And everything nice.
Thank you, YouTube family. Thank you for rocking with me today. This is where the show comes to an end for you. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.